All right, good afternoon, good evening, welcome, welcome. We're just going to be jumping in very shortly with a wonderful land battle tournament, courtesy of Human Boy. Human Boy's Vermin League, in fact, which is a great way to get some land battles consistently. I know a lot of people who prefer land battles don't always want to play quick battles, and, quick battles has issues in and of itself, given that there's no structured rule set. So if you want land battles, it's kind of ladder or a queue system, I guess. I will get you guys a link very shortly to Human Boy's Discord, and go on over there, have some fun. These tournaments, if I understand it correctly, are people in those leagues, and then they kind of get different rankings, and then you can participate in these tournaments. So like today, we've got quite a few good players in. We're going to be jumping in as soon as I can start to get some matchups lined up here. I'm just looking at the bracket, looking at who's playing, and seeing if we have any games going. So give me just a moment, guys. We're going to chill for just a little bit longer, and we'll get started very shortly. Sorry about this, guys. I'm having a really hard time actually getting into a game. No one seems to be responding with opening spectator slots or giving me join codes or anything. You know, the people that I'm messaging are just not responding at all. So I might actually have to end the stream and come back in like 15, 20 minutes when I can actually get into a game. Because, yeah, it doesn't appear that I'm able to actually find any matches. But, yeah, we'll see. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here, guys. And if not, we'll just end the stream and I'll reschedule it and come back. Okay, I think we finally got into a game. About time. Like, I just, yeah, I won't say anything, but... You would think a lot of these people are veteran tournament players. You would think they would just, like, have it muscle memory to just open up a spectator slot, but I guess we're not quite there yet. But anyway, we're into a game now. Looks like we're going to be with Coops up against Phoenix King. Let's see if we can get some matches going here. Yeah, sorry, people messaging me like, oh, I'm up for a game right now. I'm actually casting a tournament. Otherwise, I definitely would. Like, that's the frustrating thing is I know there's games happening that I should be casting. I just am not able to find them. So, for whatever reason, you know, the Creative Assembly that has persistently had major bugs and issues with the, like, list. Like, a lot of the functions for the multiplayer search list when you're like trying to look at different multiplayer lobbies that people are hosting, a lot of the functions are just straight up broken. Like if you search or if you try and filter and update, like it just doesn't, right? And a lot of the times games aren't visible even for people who are on your friends list online unless they send you a join code. And it's just really frustrating, honestly, to try and do this kind of open style tournament. That's why typically I will only cast like the semifinals and finals of a tournament, because then I can, you know, get the join code and do everything correctly and actually see all the games. But here we are. I'm gonna try and fight through the early rounds this time around. So yeah, let's get to it. We've got Norska versus Warriors of Chaos potentially. I don't see the pick and bans here, but okay. Yeah, I actually have to rejoin because, yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can't invite someone as a spectator, so now I have to do this, and just kidding. Maybe we won't actually get this going right now. This is just amazing. I forgot why I don't actually cast tournaments right now, because so many of the functions of the game that are just kind of basic that have not been broken for a long time are simply broken right now. So, yeah, and now I go back to the problem of not being able to see the lobby. So, just kidding. We won't be getting any games in right now. Might have to just reset my entire PC because, yeah, I don't see the lobby. Yeah, just don't... Like, I see this Vermin League here. Doesn't have a spectator slot, right? Like, I look down here. The one that I was just invited to that Koops is playing in, I know the name of it, and it's not showing up on the list, right? Like, I look at the bracket. I don't see any names from the bracket on the list here. So it's just one of those things that it makes it really frustrating to try and cast any kind of events or stream anything. So we'll see. It's going to take me some time, so I apologize, guys. Probably just go away and come back in half an hour, and we'll probably have something going for you. Hopefully by that time. Okay, see, there we go. Now, when I join with the code, the name will show up on the list. I can actually jump in and spectate. So it's just such a kludge, honestly, to try and work around these things. Really, the whole system is so user-unfriendly, and the fact that they've made it somehow worse in Total War Warhammer 3 and still have failed to adequately fix the issues, it's just very frustrating. So, we're in, finally. And, you know, hopefully we can actually spectate some games like I want to. Like, really, it's very simple. All I want to do is cast some great games. And they just make it as hard as possible to get in and do that. Like, yeah. It's great. Yeah, and like I know that there's, you know, a lot of lobbies I could join. The frustrating thing is, again, they just like don't show up on the list. You have to do this kludgy invite, and then it's a little ridiculous. If the functions that they have, you know, implemented within the UI were actually functional in the first place, I think that would be a good start. And then maybe we could go from there in terms of adding new features. But yeah. A lot of the yeah, maybe I'll do a full video about that sometime soon. It's like, hey, can we fix what's actually been implemented? Like pinning maps, for example. If I were to come in here and pin any of these maps, if I go in and fight a battle, then all of the pins will be undone. If you close your game and then restart your game, all of the pins will be undone. So, yeah. Frustrating. Very frustrating in terms of the lack of polish in terms of the multiplayer UI. And it's very apparent that it's not a priority focus for Creative Assembly, which is really frustrating considering that they're willing to spend quite a bit of money, you know, on hosting tournaments, but not on actually making the tournament hosting interface functional. So, if anything, it's taken a significant step back. In Game 2, I could at least, like, check the you know, friends only game box, and it would update and show me friends only games. That literally doesn't work. Like, the box exists, you can check it and uncheck it, but it literally does nothing. So if anything, it's taken a significant step back, which is not what we want to see. But there you go. You know, and it's like they've tried to implement new features. Like, again, the army saving tool has a lot of great potential. Like, there's a lot of great features, but then you start to realize, like, oh, there's some significant bugs, there's possible abuse of this system, you know, in terms of, and I don't know if it's still possible to do, but you could literally, like, save any army and load them into quick battles, right? And it would, like, change your faction after you'd locked in your faction. And anyway, just, yeah. Rant over for now, at least. Let's see what they got on here, though. It's not all doom and gloom. Certainly some things have improved, like lighting and the reflections. Yeah, a lot of the old maps, like in Bretonia, especially, probably one of my favorite visual overhauls. Here also in these high elf maps, like, just the extra lighting and the kind of the changes to the terrain textures and plants and so forth. I don't know. I like it a lot more colorful and vibrant like this. I know some people aren't as big of a fan of this new art style, but for me it seems very like tabletop-y, if that makes sense. Like it looks like a painted, you know, set of miniatures come to life almost in a way, which is true to the spirit of Warhammer, I want to say. I don't know. Anyway, got Koops here rocking Norska against Phoenix King's Warriors of Chaos. Very classic and fun matchup. Got Marauder Champions up front. 3 Marauder Champs. Throg with a Metal Sorcerer. Looks like Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. Some Horse Masters. And some Warhounds, including the Beasts of Tashan, are great for winning the mobility fight with that Frenzy and Anti-Large. And, yeah, is it, what, just 4 champs? Yeah, 4 champs, and then mobility and Throg. Very interesting. See how it does. Up against Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, the Exalted Hero, also on horseback. No items or abilities, just nice and cheap with mobility. Hellstriders are going to be very strong here against those Jab Calves. Phoenix King's got some halberds here, Chaos Halberds to protect the Hell Cannon. Some Knights with Lances, interesting choice. Some more halberds, Horse Masters of his own, and some Marauders up front. So interesting builds on both sides. Too much pimple trees. Yeah. Yeah, there's some visual bugs and such, but overall, I think, like, can't deny that it is gorgeous. They're going to set off here, and it looks like both players just going to be rushing straight in. The Hell Cannon does have some good targets to shoot at. Certainly taking chunks out of those Marauder Champs is going to be pretty decent. Likewise, the Knights with Lances can kind of just charge the Champs in the face. I mean, 80 armor's going to do a bit, but it's not going to do all that much at the end of the day. We'll see. Throg versus Archaon is also not a matchup I completely love for Throg, if I'm being honest with you, especially because Archaon has fire damage baseline now, and Throg's going to have significant fire weakness, right, due to his regeneration trait. So it's a little bit tough there, but we'll see. Nice counter skirmish. Looks like the Hellstriders are able to catch up this unit of Warhounds and kind of force them to overextend into this huge blob of Horse Masters. And then the Horse Masters are going to kind of counterattack back in, but in the meanwhile, Koops pushing up on this side. He's got his own Horse Masters in position to try and kind of skirmish with these Chaos Knights a little bit. Maybe move in, outmaneuver these Halberds, and get at this Hell Cannon, try and shut it down. But, oh man, this is potentially a very dangerous situation for Throg to be in right off the bat. And there's no, like, final transmutation, I don't think. Yeah, definitely would be nice to have a final transmutation to just pop on this blob, help equalize this a little bit. Archaon is taking some significant damage here, but at the same time, Throg is going to be getting absolutely pounded. So rough stuff, although these Warhounds ended up somehow surviving all in this engagement. I don't even know. I guess Phoenix King is literally just pathing his units through, not really issuing an attack order, but man, Throg gets throttled there in a big hurry by Archaon and his bro. The Flag's kind of fighting for dominance there anyway. Hellstriders moving away. The Koops Marauder Horse Masters getting a little bit outvalued here, potentially. Horsemen, certainly. Nice concentration of Javelin fire from Phoenix King. That being said, Throg and his minions are pushing up, trying to contest this infantry position here. The Knights came through. They're not really doing too much right now. Yeah, all right, they did catch up those Warhounds and do decisively defeat them once they're able to start doing some attack animations, but a little bit tricky right now. Phoenix King's definitely in a decent position. Kind of got Koops on the back foot and is very much dictating the pace of this engagement. Hellstrider's going to charge in. Looks like they had an attack order on the Champs, which is arguably not the right call. They definitely should be attacking the Horse Masters here. Yeah, they're going to get counterattacked by the Beasts of Tashanar and just absolutely shredded. Probably killed off completely there. Throg, also regenerating this entire time, is going to help restore some of this balance of power. He comes in to deliver some hits onto these Marauder... the Knights attacking his own Marauder Horsemen, but definitely wants to continue to just screen through, try and stay away from Archaon. Nice Plague of Rust there on him. Maybe try and concentrate with some of the Javelin fire there, do some significant damage, but, you know, Javelins not super accurate when shooting in this type of a situation against a relatively small target, so the damage will be relatively negligible, but we'll see. Throg certainly has plenty of healing cap space left, so wants to try and just keep moving as much as he can, but now turning it around to charge back in with Beast of Tashnar's support, but like one hit from Archaon. He's got Slayer of Kings active, like 2 hits is going to kill off Throg right here. Throg needs to disengage immediately. Does pop Wintertooth Crown to keep himself unbreakable so that he won't rout here. Beast of Tashnar also will be unbreakable. Very important. Continue to deliver hits. And look at Archaon, man. He's taking some huge damage from the Beast of Tashnar. The champ's also in a surround. That Plague of Rust did drop, but even still, Archaon and his Exalted Hero here taking huge damage. I'm very surprised at how well the Beasts of Tashnar are doing, considering their kind of non-AP status. But I guess the Unbreakable does give them full frenzy, which will also help increase their damage output in that specific situation. The halberds also aren't really going to help. I mean, I guess they will help in just providing bodies and leadership damage, especially once that Wintertooth Crown wears off, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to be enough. I mean, Archaon and the Exalted Hero certainly took some damage, but it looks like Throg ends up routing anyway. Yeah, Champs trying to get through and still shut down that Hell Cannon. There are a lot of Champs online, but there's so much Marauder Horseman for Archaon here. Even if he himself is continuing to take Javelins. Another Plague of Rust there, just a regular cast on that. Focus fire from Javelins, continuous there, but going to be tough. Definitely going to be tough for Koops to try and finish this out. Phoenix King actually, like, retreating his Hell Cannon crew away as Archaon and his Exalted Hero start to move to defeat the various champs across the field. Just got to be careful as long as they can keep routing Throg away. And it looks like this blob of horsemen pretty strong, pretty, yeah, just ready to go. They are a strong force that's very unlikely to be broken. Koops would have to concentrate quite a bit of value. And I mean, I guess if he were to get some of these Marauder Horsemasters back, try and move in with the Beast of Tashnar altogether, but oh man, maybe a momentary lapse from the Phoenix King, and it looks like Throg's actually going to squeak away through the woods. Nope, he gets killed by Javelins. Wow, nice focus fire there. And that leadership hit should be enough to finish off. Looks like the Hell Cannon crew manages to escape after taking significant damage, but nice bombardment from Koops here. The Searing Doom historically has been very good against cavalry. Maybe not so much anymore, but still fairly solid. Most of those troops did move out of the way before it really hit, but yeah, things are looking pretty dicey. Army losses definitely closing in for Koops Norska. So it's an interesting one. It's a tough draw. I don't know if I would take Throg here. I'd probably go with Wulfric on a Mammoth. Just, Hunter of Champions and the Mammoth itself together will help deal fairly well with Archaon, and the Boats is also very strong for killing, like halberd infantry and such. Like, besides just shooting him with a bunch of his cavalry, I don't know if Phoenix King really had a lot of great tools. I mean, 2v1, these two could probably deal with Wulfric, but you have to be careful about it, and certainly Wulfric on a Mammoth with, like, lots of mobility and counter-skirmish, kind of like what Koops did end up bringing. Maybe just with cheaper infantry as a core, would have ended up working out okay. Marauder Champs with great weapons also aren't terrible here. They will trade fairly well against, like the Chaos Warrior Halberds and whatnot. But interesting, I didn't even realize those were Khorne Marauders. That makes them much more terrible. And they definitely weren't cost-effective at all. Would have been better to take the regular Marauders, but there you go. Horsemasters did a good job for Archaon. Just a nice fat force of Horsemasters. Always a good time. The Chaos Knights of Lances actually ended up returning some really nice value too. I like that pick here against Norska. I might even, cut one of the Marauders, all the Marauders of Khorne, to be honest, to save your marks and to save some gold, and use some of that gold to upgrade the Chaos Knights to Khorne Chaos Knights, specifically because they have fire damage in case you were to see some, skin wolves, right? And even then, you also get just spikes regularly from Kindle Flame from using them alongside Archaon. Plus, they get Frenzy, they get a little bit more armor and spell resistance. So, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have ended up working out that much better, but if you're going to use a Mark of Khorne, I would definitely say the Knights are the unit to use it on for sure. But for Koops here, yeah, it's just a tough draw to bring Throg against Warriors. Their access to fire damage, and Archaon in particular being such a scary individual combatant with fire damage, it's potentially a tough situation to deal with, although certainly Koops did a great job. I do think if he had brought Final Transmutation, That might have been enough to finish this fight, and maybe bring Throg back. Would have been also great to help deal some damage to this big blob of cavalry. But there you go. Let's go on and get in here and just check up on bracket. Got it to game 3 versus Phoenix King. Okay, so we will go on to a game 3 then. I don't have my scoreboard set up, unfortunately. I've totally was unprepared, and I forgot that I still had the scoreboard from the Summer Championship set up. I didn't even realize I haven't actually done any real tournaments since then where I've needed to use my scoreboard, so I apologize. I'll try and get that sorted for the final, but yeah, let's see here. Actually, as these guys are doing it, uh, yeah, let me just look at some things real quick. That was a good game, though. It's definitely a good game. That was game 3. Okay, that was game 3. I apologize. In that case, let's go back on out, and we'll try and get in with Tzeentch and Phoenix King. Let me see here if I have any messages on Discord also. Okay. AC Maiden. Okay. Central Scrutinizer. Are they still going? Here. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's actually go to... Let's go to Phoenix King versus Tzeentch. I will do this. And then come this. Perfect. All right, and then while these guys are getting their picks and bans set up, and while they're, you know, doing the thing, I guess I probably could have just stayed in the lobby, but... Yes, let me see. I think I might literally have to, like, go into Photoshop and clear this out, because I don't know. Yeah. Oops, smacked my mic stand. Apologize about that. I mean, let's be fair. In land battles, this is one thing. In Domination, you don't see skirmish cav spam as much. That's one thing some people like better about Domination, but it is a staple of land battles, especially at higher levels of play, that strong skirmish cav micro is very essential for success for most factions and most matchups. It might not be the thing that wins or loses you the game, but having good supporting skirmish cavalry is always going to be strong, and it might win you the game, potentially, depending on what you're using them for, what you use them for. So, let's see here. I'm also just showing their army selection. I just realized I should probably go over here to the map setup. I know they're probably doing their picks and bans still right now, so just while I noticed, I'm doing a little bit of work over here on the side, just making sure I have thing ready. I guess that's it then. We'll do that. Okay. Oh. All right. I suppose I should put some music on while we're Hey, thanks, Salmon. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. Put on a little more Medieval 2 music while we're hanging out. I'm updating my scoreboard. The issue is that I still had the Summer Championship scoreboard with all the players' names on it. I forgot to actually create like a blank one. So I'm just moving in now to update all of these. Okay. This. Now I just need to add player names. Okay. This is a little tricky here, but we're getting it done. These guys are getting their picks locked in. Once they ready up and load in, I'll kind of check back in, but bear with me just a second, guys. Okay, that seems fine. Okay, cool, almost done. And they're almost loaded in, so perfect. Perfect. Timing couldn't have been better, so let's get in here. We are officially on to the quarterfinal. of the Vermin League, Season 2, Round 2. This is the Storm Vermin through Gracia rank. So again, those of you guys just joining, Vermin League is kind of a land battle ranked ladder system that you can join through Human Boy, yes, Discord. And it's a way to kind of get structured games with the tournament rule set in land battles on kind of a ladder system. And then those rankings on the ladder determine if you know what tournaments you can place for. That way, kind of guarantee a newer player tournament, right? And like today, this is, I think, the upper level tournament, right? Grey Seer, Storm Vermin through Grey Seer. To me, if I think about kind of the Skaven hierarchies, are the upper tiers of Skaven societies, right? So these are the stronger land battle players, excuse me, from the Vermin League. And it's going to be a good time. Tzeentch versus Phoenix King here. We'll get the scoreboard updated once I can get in and actually remind myself what factions they're playing. And the map also. And I don't remember what the name of this map is either, but we'll get going here, guys. Okay, so we've got Tzeentch as the Empire. Is amazing. Oh, that looks pretty bad. Oh man, all that hard work screwing up as soon as I try and change it. Ah, okay. Maybe I'll have to hold off on the scoreboard right now. It's giving me some major issues. So we'll just wait on that. We've got Tzeentch here versus Phoenix King. And let's take a look at the builds here. This is looking pretty wild. We've got Volkmar with some grenade launchers, a couple of war wagons up front, nice defensive position of guns here with Flagellants and Free Company. Some Empire Knights to back them up here, some Spearmen as well scattered around. So a very interesting formation and deployment from the Empire. It's Slaanesh on the other side, of course. Phoenix King coming in here. He's got Sigvald and a War Shrine, some Devoted Marauders up front. Looks like some spears. Yeah, a couple of Marauder spears also. Lots of Marauder horsemen and Seekers, along with a single Hellstrider. Sorry, 2 Hellstriders, 2 Seekers. So plenty of mobility, anti-large and armor-piercing mobility. Should be pretty dangerous for the war wagons to operate successfully, but of course they are war wagons, so they'll be relatively tanky. They should be able to output some pretty nice damage in the meantime. Even taking pot shots at these Devoted Marauders is just fine. Basically, you just want them using their ammo more than anything, because they have relatively large ammo pools. You just keep them firing as much as possible, especially against a faction like Slaanesh that can get on top of them quite quickly. You want to try and spend that ammo on kind of any high-value target you can, really. This Shrine would be a great target to shoot at. Try and chip away some HP there. Maybe chew a few models off these Marauder Horsemen, or like the Seekers or Hellstriders. A lot of really good targets, but the grenade launchers are obviously going to be fantastic here against light armor, as long as, again, you can keep them safe. Very risky unit to take against Slaanesh due to their squishy nature. Only going to be a high micro piece, but Tzeentch here just kind of maneuvering, repositioning, not wanting to give the engagement that Slaanesh wants, not allowing Slaanesh to dictate too hard to pace the battle here, and some nice grenade volleys landing in those spears right in the center. Volkmar also comes through. He's not going to be able to terror out them, but he can do a nice little hit-and-run attack, maybe bait some of these Heartseekers, the Seekers and Hellstriders in, right? Nice volley there, and a side charge back through those Devoted Marauders. Oh man, here it comes though. Free Company opening fire and just blasting those Hellstriders as they come through. Nice countercharge too. Empire Knights coming forward, but it looks like they're going to get screened by some spears there. Seekers are still biding their time, though. The most important unit probably here. Just kind of chilling in the back as the Devoted Marauders come through and take the brunt of this Empire counterattack. Empire's got a lot of reserve forces over here kind of on the side that aren't going to be coming into play. They probably need to reinforce towards this side and help shore up this front Right now, war wagons are relatively safe. Grenade launchers are also relatively safe. Got a great position here. A minor micro slip, and those devoted marauders start to take some damage. Nice whip in response, though. Give it an army-wide melee attack buff to Slaanesh here. Beautiful charge by those Empire Knights, though. Just cut down the devoted marauders. And Volkmar also pushing back over. Does he have his full load of buffs? Not the full load, but he does have Hammer of Sigmar and the 2 AoE damage abilities. No damage resistance, though. Can be helpful to help brunt Slaanesh's kind of offensive power, but I guess cost optimizing here as much as possible. Beautiful side volleys, too, from these Free Company, despite being engaged by some Marauder Spears. Nice lanes for Empire Knights to be charging through, too, but they are taking significant damage. I mean, the Marauder Javelin Horsemen are basically untouched at this point. A Pit of Shades coming through for the Empire from Gandalf here. Gundulf, I should say. And it's going to do a lot of damage to these devoted marauders, and does catch up a few of the Empire Knights, though, and some Free Company as well, so not completely cost-free. Oh, no, but here comes the Seekers. Oh, I thought for sure they were going to get on those war wagons, which would have been the right call, but instead they switch directions and go into those Empire Knights. Let's see how that does. Volkmar is in a position to attack in there and try and support. Flagellants really need to start getting involved in this fight, and these Empire Knights, too, hanging out on the flank here, now can be used in response to trap these Seekers in an unfavorable situation where they will fall apart in a big hurry. Volkmar also unleashing the banishment on the other unit of Seekers. Just absolutely banishing the demons back to the Netherrealm. Does take out one unit pretty much clean there. The Slaanesh Light Cavalry, though, still resurgent. All these Marauder Horsemen are basically untouched at this point. The War Wagon should be enough of a counter for them, but right now they're concentrating fire significantly on that War Shrine. Still got the grenade launchers operational as well. Let's see. The Marauder Horsemen might try and just compromise the grenade launchers, but if they blob up around the war wagons, then the launchers should be able to get some insane value shooting in here, but it looks like, oh, they're concentrating javelin fire effectively there. What a wild game, man. Free Company unleashing more pistol volleys and kind of pushing the Marauder Horsemen back. The Free Company just such a strong unit in this type of situation, being able to fight the Horsemen in melee and shoot them as they use their ranged attacks, not get kited necessarily here. As the war wagons start to do the kiting, Volkmar also completely untouched, and I'm going to be honest here, there's not much on Slaanesh's roster in this army that could take down Volkmar effectively, but let's see. He's going to keep playing bumper cars with the Sorcerer on the War Shrine as he also continues to drop some spells here. But focus fire from the war wagons and the Free Company. Although he does have physical resistance because of the mark of Slaanesh, also immune to contact effects, he's still going to be low armor, only 60 armor there, so Free Company missile fire will be fairly effective overall, and potential opportunity for the Knights to trap, but oh man, look at that unleashment of Javelin fire. That said, I mean, 110 armor is enough to resist a good portion of that Javelin fire, and the Free Company also come through to respond. A nice charge from some Empire Knights there, catching one group, the other group just kind of standing and taking the Free Company shots, and it looks like Tzeentch's Empire is actually going to prevail over Slaanesh. I don't want to call it too early here. Certainly he still has to kill Sigvald, which is going to be difficult. Maybe should preserve some of the War Wagon ammunition for that in the endgame, but we'll see. It's certainly not out of Slaanesh's hands completely. Those Empire Knights did get eaten up in a big hurry, and there's still some devoted Marauder Spears here who could support Sigvald in the late game against Volkmar, but man, this is dangerous. Let's see if the grenade launchers can respond and fire into this huge blob of horsemen. That could be absolutely devastating. A banishment also going to get unleashed here from Volkmar. It sends the horsemen scattering. A few grenades do get unleashed, but mostly end up actually hitting the Free Company. I mean, I guess the devoted spears there also. And then, oh man, oh the banishment just straight into the side of those devoted marauders. That is some excellent RNG for the Empire. But Flagellants still fighting here, juiced up with some prayer buffs. Just kind of holding Sigvald in place. The Slaanesh War Shrine still fighting also very critically here. War Wagons are also almost out of ammunition, as are the devoted Marauder Horsemen. But the grenade launchers having a hard time staying away from them at this point. They do manage to unleash a handful more grenades there into those Slaanesh Horsemen, and actually the Slaanesh Horsemen end up routing, as do those devoted Marauders there. So It's still quite a tight game at this point. That Slaanesh War Shrine still being alive and kind of AoE draining out all of these support units for the Empire is going to be quite a big issue at this point, but Volkmar does unleash Soulfire there, going to help drain out, and kind of over time, as long as the Volkmar can stay alive, that will pretty much kill all of the remaining multi-model units for Slaanesh. But at the end of the day, it's probably just going to come back down to Sigvald versus Volkmar, which, I mean, we'll see, certainly. The War Wagons might have something to say about that as well. Some tattered flagellants running into those devoted marauders there. And, yeah, the War Wagons at this point really should just be used as chariots. They have a little bit of a charge bonus and enough mass, certainly, that they could perhaps help give some rear charge bonuses, maybe start to rout and shatter some of these Marauder Horsemen. But still focusing the War Wagon shots on the Sorcerer here, which I think, is it taking hits from, like, the dude on the back? This guy does attack animations, right? Yep, and I think that does Volkmar's full weapon strength. I would actually have to do some investigation as to Volkmar's attack profile, but I think that the Warrior Priest on the back has the full weapon strength when he does that attack. I mean, I'm not 100% sure on that, but nice little whip there to give the Slaanesh units another attack buff. Try and do a little bit of extra damage here to equalize things, but it's looking quite interesting at this point. The Marauder Sorcerer here, or the Slaanesh Sorcerer, on his War Shrine. I mean, he probably once was a Marauder, let's be honest. Once was a Norskin. Who knows, actually? Maybe not, but War Wagon's going to get attacked in melee here. The Marauder Horsemen kind of going for their final gambit, but their leadership is going to give out, and the Outriders in the back of the wagons here, at least they look like Outriders, the gunmen, are going to continue to fire in melee, as do the Marauder Horsemen. Of course, War Wagons still have ammunition left at this point, so like I said, it's going to come down to Sigvald versus the War Wagons versus, you know, and Volkmar, of course. A couple of flagellants meet their end. Nice little splash attack from Sigvald there. And right now, the War Wagons definitely should be chasing. I mean, it's good to try and get these units shattered if you can. Volkmar also chasing off, you know, whatever routing units he can at this point, but I'm not sure. I think Sigvald, when he gets surrounded by the War Wagons and Volkmar, I'm not sure if he's going to want to continue fighting here, but yeah, man, what a game. What an absolutely wild game. The Emperor protects, right? If you want to PM it to me, Coops, or you know what, here, you know, I'll just make you a mod, and you can put it here on the channel chat. Because I think if you try and post a link when you're not a mod, it will like eat your comment. So go ahead. Yeah, you know, I really like this Empire play here, and people say that Slaanesh is like crazy strong. They definitely are insane in domination. But in land battles, you can definitely do things to them. Like in this particular battle, this was, yeah, the Mighty Empire is underrated. I 100% agree. The Empire is quite good. War Wagons, grenade launchers, Volkmar, Empire Knights are better than ever with the speed buff. I actually used Mortar Wagons to decent effect in a recent game with a patron. I'm probably going to be showing you guys that one because it was kind of hilarious, but yeah, what a game. What a game. Volkmar very wisely choosing to chase this Slaanesh Sorcerer off, even though it is going to take some time. Make this game quite long. War Wagons moving to engage here. And, you know, with the shield of Sigvald being a 55% missile block chance, not going to show me the percentage. I guess not. Like having some kind of a UI issue there, but, yep, there it is. Now the final charge of the War Wagons. I say final charge. There's still a few more shots left. You can see that, you know, it's very Slaanesh Sigvald of him to try and block these shots with his devoted spearmen. They're going to rout now, and should be, what, a couple more volleys there into Sigvald's. Not going to be super accurate. They're not going to do the most damage in the world, but let's see. Is Sigvald going to be able to tank out 2 units of War Wagons plus Volkmar? Probably. I mean, we'll see, but... You have to highlight the number, not the shield. I mean... I don't know what you mean. There we go. Yep. It keeps changing. Yeah. He might be able to just solo this. Make me a little sad, but he does have a Sliver Slash, which, you know, hopefully the War Wagons can just block and stagger. But give these War Wagons a chance to fire their last couple volleys here. Come on. Nice. Couple more hits there. The problem is that Sigvald still probably has a lot of healing cap left. So, Volkmar is probably a lot closer to his healing cap, and Volkmar's also going to be taking quite a bit more damage probably here. I mean, doesn't have that much bonus versus infantry. 15 puts him up to, what, 260 weapon strength? Yeah, Sigvald's literally double that, so we'll see. We'll see. A lot of it is going to come down to, yeah, just leadership, I think. But we'll see. This is the jankiest cycle charge. Yep. The jankiest. Look at this. Oof. This part could take some time. Although I do think Sigvald probably carries this. Man, that's too bad. I was really excited for Tzeentch. Oh, Sigvald's just too strong, though. It's just too strong. I mean, he is taking some damage, but Volkmar is heal capped now, so that's going to be a problem for him. With Slippery, he's up to 84 melee defense. Oh, yeah. Don't give them an inch. Those horse bites are going to eat Sigvald. I don't know. We'll see. Sigvald is doing pretty good right now, but nice, good sandwich. Good sandwich. Oh, there we go. Soul Fire. That should stagger Sigvald. Probably not, but no, it actually did stagger him. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now time for a rear charge. Ooh, he's got Sliver Slash active, though. That's dangerous. There we go. A little bit of damage on that rear charge. The perfect vigor of Sigvald, too, means that there's just... yeah. I mean, Hammer of Sigmar with some extra melee attack. Once these War Wagons are gone, too, he's going to have to just stay in melee, right? With Volkmar, so... Oh, it was a valiant attempt, but I don't think the Empire can pull this one out. Yeah, Sigvald's leadership and healing probably holds it better than Volkmar's. It's more so that Volkmar has been focused over the course of a battle, right? Volkmar has actually taken damage, whereas Sigvald has largely been ignored, which is definitely the right call, but then, yeah. Like I was saying, you maybe should have saved a little bit more ammunition on the War Wagons. Even though they're not going to be super accurate shooting Sigvald, you really didn't have much else in terms of anti-infantry AP. So, yeah. An unfortunate error. Sigvald cares not for wagons, right? Yeah, it's true. Sigvald's actually approaching his healing cap, and that's, again, the frustrating thing, is if Empire had saved a little bit more, hadn't been able to do a little bit more damage to Sigvald throughout the course of the battle, he probably could have pulled this out. It was certainly the right kind of build construction and everything, but yeah, if Volkmar hadn't taken quite as much damage, and it's tricky, you know, you want to use him aggressively like he did here, but ultimately, I think one thing you could do to change this, like, I don't think the Pit of Shades did much for you here, so Like, I might actually just take this build, literally, and instead of using Gandalf here, you just take Spirit Leech, like a Spirit Leech caster only, and just spam Spirit Leech on Sigvald, and then by the end game, that would have made enough of a difference. I think that couple thousand HP difference, you know, if you think 3, 4, 5 Spirit Leeches over the course of a long game, definitely could have made a difference. And then you can still bring like Fate of Buna to one-shot a high-value target if you need to. Like one Fate of Buna would probably be a decent choice just to hard shut down one of these calves, but it's an interesting one. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, good game to both players. I love this Empire play, though, I have to say. Despite the sacrifice of the Knights, kind of necessary. Flagellants ended up trading okay. The Free Company are awesome here as long as they don't get ran down. But, yeah. Maybe just one crossbow for some extended poke. I don't know. I mean, other than Free Company, they can kind of defend themselves in melee a little bit, but stationary skirmishers are really hard to protect against Slaanesh. So, yeah. Yeah, just the different choice of magic here to help with the character sniping, and I think he probably pulls it out. But anyway, good game. Very good game to both. Let's see here. Get this aligned. Okay. Yeah, that was quite the game, though, for sure. Definitely was a game. Okay, that'll have to do, I guess, for now. Okay. Okay, so if I have my scoreboard finally set up correctly, we can switch on over to it. Let me just make sure everything correctly here, and it looks like Stretch is going to be going to Dark Elves. And Phoenix King is going to be going to Tomb Kings. Okay. Just like that. And if this actually... Pillar of Bone is the map. Cool. So look at that. I got my scoreboard up. Now we're all official, guys. Oh. Yeah, see, the thing about Sigvald is he's just incredibly hard to kill, and like in a situation like that where I would say Phoenix King narrowly won the actual battle, but then just didn't have enough juice at the end of the day to take down Sigvald, right? So Yeah, the armor and silver shield, the perfect vigor, and the perfect vigor is actually very important because it means that his armor stays high. A lot of people don't know this, but when you get when your units get exhausted, they actually get a significant armor debuff as well. So him having perfect vigor means that he is always going to be that tanky. Like his tankiness doesn't decline really. So, like you can army loss Sigvald sometimes, but he's just, for what he gives Slaanesh, like a incredibly durable anchor that's very hard to kill at the end. Like even if there where you like narrowly lose the actual field battle, if the value is enough, and your opponents don't have the right tools left, then just win outright in that way. But let's see here. Did I get the factions? Hang on. No, I got the factions backwards. Yes. Perfect. Okay. Okay. There we go. Is he actually unbreakable? I didn't realize that Sigvald was actually unbreakable now. Yeah, I don't think a mortar is going to do much to Sigvald. I'm sorry. One unit of handgunners probably isn't enough either, because he'll just run him down, right? They're not going to be accurate enough to do enough damage to him. I mean, again, as we saw there, just cycle charging him to death can be a good option. For the Empire, actually... Excuse me, unfortunately you don't really have anyone, even like Godprek, which is arguably your best foot duelist. Still gonna probably lose to Sigvald, just because of the regeneration and whatnot, so... It's an interesting one, but anyway, let's take a look at the builds here. Malice Darkblade coming in here with Witch Elves up front for the Phoenix King. He's got Bleak Swords, a couple of Corsairs, more Witch Elves. Out on the side here, some Dark Riders, Lore of Fire with Fireball already coming in. Just Fireball, wow, okay. Some Harpies as well, and Witch Elves, Dark Riders with Shields, Skeleton Spearmen for the Tomb Kings. We've also got some Skeleton Horse Archers, Arc in the Black, a couple of Chariots, Shabti Greatbows, Sepulchral Stalkers, Regiment Round, the Eyes of the Desert here. We've got some more Nehekar Horsemen in the back. So, Sepulchral Stalkers, ooh, already teeing off on Malice, doing a significant amount of damage. He's going to go ahead and pop all his doodads. Also a Spirit Leech on him as well. That Spirit Leech is not going to do much due to the damage resistance. He is taking his own damage, though. I forget his abilities also damage himself. So if the Tomb Kings could somehow get a quick rout on Malice, that would be absolutely backbreaking, but it's pretty unlikely. That said, Chariots charging through the front line, getting some really nice damage on some of the Dark Elf infantry here. Immediately overrunning. Tomb King play definitely relies on good Chariots for anti-infantry damage, so the Nehekar Horsemen also just hard outclass the Dark Riders on the flanks. Should be able to win here. Out here also the Dark Riders not really getting charges. Spearmen could collapse, but it looks like prioritizing Micro elsewhere. Trying to keep Arkan alive. Not sure about this mass Harpy attack here. They're not accomplishing a lot besides killing like some Nehekara Horsemen, which is not wildly useful. I think they're just trying to get at the Chosen of the Gods, Ushabti Regiment of Renown here, but I don't know how well it's going to go. That said, Witch Elves do kind of collapse over here, start to get that Madness of Cain going on these Spearmen, and Nehekara Horsemen might potentially lock them in. But Malice is already taking some pretty serious damage. He's going to have to pop Zarkan relatively soon if he wants to get his best value from Malice, which it's definitely early. I mean, Tomb Kings just barely hit second tier of Realm of Souls. So definitely still have a lot of healing space to work with. Dark Rider's also going to do very little to these Eyes of the Desert here. Eyes of the Desert, in fact, even have charge bonus on top of their armor and everything else. So, pretty good stuff. Murderous Prowess does pop for the Dark Elves, though, giving them a nice damage spike. Looks like Zarkan also pops, so It's an all-in push for the Dark Elves to win now or forever hold their peace. Kepler Guard getting absolutely hammered. I say absolutely hammered. They're actually probably racking up quite a bit of kills here against these two infantry. It's just like a dual hand weapon slug here with Witch Elves, Corsairs facing off against the Kepler Guard. Harpies also rushing in. You can see Zarkan getting Spirit Leech there in the background as he chases down Arkan. Arkan's in big trouble. Definitely needs to run for his life. Zarkan actually doesn't deal magic damage. That's interesting to me. I mean, technically he is a demon, right? Inhabiting Malice's body, so maybe he should do damage, magic damage while in Zarkan form, but definitely Arkan is grateful currently that he cannot, because that Libra Mortis helped protect him, at least for a short amount of time. He can just screen through his massive spears here as well. And basically at this point, Tzeentch just needs to kind of hold on and keep fighting effectively. I mean, obviously needs to keep trading as effectively as he can. Chariots ended up kind of getting caught up, and I mean, we'll check the value at the end of the day, but besides that initial charge, which granted, tactically that break is nice, you know, that kind of initial charge disruption is very decent, but I don't know if they ended up actually paying for themselves. I guess we'll see at the end of the day. Lots of spearmen still fighting here, and lots of anti-infantry. Dark Elves still pressing. We've still got Corsairs and Witch Elves all across the field here, relatively healthy. I guess here's one more unit of Chariots. Okay, so this unit of Chariots has its work cut out. It needs to come and start to collapse a lot of these Dark Elf infantry before they can tear the spearmen to shreds. Likewise, Chosen of the Gods here, these Shabti Greatbows really haven't done a ton. We do have some Skeleton Horse Archers also helping to just kind of keep the Harpies screened right now. But Dark Riders, their priority should probably be to just go after these Skeleton Chariots and try and protect their own infantry. But Zarkan's time is running out. Spirit Leech is going to speed his passing here a little bit as Tzeentch tries to equalize things on the series. Tomb Kings are looking pretty solid right now. Nehekar Horsemen kind of overstayed their welcome a little bit there, but, you know, I guess they don't want to leave their Spearman bros to the fate. Dark Elves are pressing. Here come the Chariots, Skeleton Chariots. A couple of these Eyes of the Desert kind of block up their charge, but they still get okay contact. They're really not great, actually. But they are going to do some damage there. The Eyes of the Desert also kind of routing some units. A lot of the Dark Elves are starting to shatter. There's definitely a big problem. And again, Zarkan's time is being measured in the mere minutes. Another Spirit Leech from Arkan versus Zarkan. And a Skeleton Summon as well, just to make sure to block his advance. He's going to have to path up and around to try and get after Arkan here. Another Fireball being unleashed. Managed to keep this Sorceress of Fire alive, which is very impressive. And oh man, look at that Ushabti block as well. I don't know if that was 100% intentional positioning there, but Ushabti is now in a position to block Zarkan and lock him in his final jail until he, you know, finally expires. So he's going to pop his little AoE damage, though. I think that's what that was. Yeah, no, it's just 20% damage resistance. That's right. I actually haven't used Malice that much, even though he is quite good right now. I just, for whatever reason, this just doesn't really appeal to me. I much would rather use like Lokir or even Malekith. I like the dragon characters quite a bit right now. Not to say that Malice is bad. He's definitely very good, but anyway, as it is right now, Dark Elves are kind of starting to run out of steam a little bit. They've still got some infantry left fighting here. One relatively healthy Corsair in particular, but as long as the Chosen of the Gods are still alive, they can pretty much finish these guys off no problem just by kiting them and shooting them to death. Likewise, the Skeleton Horse Archer's been super clutch. 74 kills, 800 damage value. Just excellent light cavalry play, even from one of the slowest, kind of kludgiest skirmish cavalry in the game. Dark Elf units are so poor. I mean, just that's honestly just a terrible take, but Bleak Swords are probably the best low-tier infantry in the game right now, and suddenly Arkan finds himself without support, kind of isolated, and Zarkan's still fighting. He's got like less than 300 HP left, but the Chosen of the Gods are suddenly in a really bad position. These Skeleton Horse Archers get enraged by those Witch Elves that they're chasing and actually are not in a position to come support, and suddenly all of a sudden things look so promising for the Tomb Kings just kind of run out of steam. Yeah, Malice's self-heal is outpacing his damage at the moment, and he is closing in on his healing cap. It is on a razor's edge right now. If Yeah, but it looks like, oh man, Arkhan's leadership actually goes down here, and that's going to trigger army losses. Wow, that was close. That was literally probably 20, 30 seconds from Zarkhan just dying to his own effects. And at that point, I think the leadership issues would have cascaded for the Dark Elves, and Tomb Kings could have pulled it out, but what a scrap. What a scrap. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Bleak Swords that got 600 value and can consistently pay for themselves. Blackheart Corsairs also got a significant buff and are probably some of the best mid-tier anti-infantry in the game. Witch Elves kind of get a little bit run over in some cases, but 120 kills and some decent damage output there. These ones do pay for themselves. Madness of Cain, as we saw, tactically is clutch in some situations, even if unintentionally. The Harpy usage is a little bit questionable. I think, honestly, you could swap some of these guys out for some Dark Rider crossbows would be a better choice, and maybe like one more Dark Rider. Maybe upgrade some shields here. I don't really know. But regardless, pretty good stuff at the end of the day. Malice carries at the clutch. Love the use of Arkhan there. Generally a very good pick, especially with the lore attribute for Lore of Nehek being bugged right now. I might take Khalida and Lore of Light, though, honestly. Maybe not in this specific matchup. Arkhan Summon is just so strong. I'm surprised the Kepperguard didn't end up actually getting more value there. Got quite a few kills, but I think fighting a little bit unsupported, unfortunately. The Chariots also, I mean, they just didn't quite do enough. I mean, just a tiny bit more value out of the Chariots on infantry charges, maybe not getting blocked up quite so much. They would have probably carried that end game there in terms of helping to defeat those support infantry, but yeah. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. So let's go on. Let's see if any of the other... Yeah, looks like Phoenix King is actually going to be going up against Chosen One for the semifinals. So we will jump in on that there as soon as I can. Looks like I've got it here. And we'll wait for the spec slot. Oh man, that was a wild couple of games. That was two really close games where I thought for sure Tzeentch had had a win in the bag, but Phoenix King just barely able to squeeze out on his powerful characters. Definitely taking, I mean, as much as I like to take like off-meta characters for fun and still can be arguably just as strong or stronger in some situations, there's a reason why those meta characters are what they are. Is because in those very tight situations, sometimes that is enough of a difference to carry you. But let's see here. Yes. Zarkhan is very strong. He's his tankiness is what obviously carries him in many ways. Considering he gets essentially 2 health pools, right? So let's see here. Still waiting on spectator slot. Looks like the other semifinal round is just about ready as well. Paradox prevails over the Gentle Rat, and we've got AC Maiden versus Mofet Pone. Excuse me. Let's see here. Okay. Give these guys a few minutes to get things set up. You all are doing well. It's been a good one so far. A little bit of a rough start there, getting into some lobbies, but it should be okay. Let me just make sure I'm all good on Steam here. I do see the game, but it doesn't look like it has a spectator slot, so okay, reload this here. Okay, still waiting. Oh, did the chosen one just withdraw? Okay. Interesting. All right. The bracket here that I'm looking at just updated, and it looks like Phoenix King just jumped to the finals, so let me double check here. If any of you guys want to look at the bracket, there's the link for it. No, actually, Murderous Prowess is incredibly strong in domination because once it goes off, it's on for the entire game. So what that means is on a unit-to-unit basis, it still has a cooldown, right? And it will activate once, it will run for whatever, 90 seconds, and then turn off. But, well, again, what that means is when you summon a unit in domination, if Murderous Prowess has been activated, it just activates on the unit immediately, like right off the bat. They they come out of your summon, they come out of the redeployment with it already active. So you get like a 90-second power spike on any units that you bring in. And it just so happens that some of the units that's best for is like Dark Riders and, you know, other units that you would bring off of Vanguard, right? So especially on smaller maps too, like Battle of Itza, where even units from your regular deployment zone can get in the fight quickly enough that they get quite a bit of value from Murderous Prowess. It makes it super strong in domination, and it's I think it's more surprising you don't actually see Dark Elves more in domination because of that, but yeah. It's a stim pack for every summoned unit. So, and you can trigger it pretty early in domination. Like, you can trigger it relatively shortly after the points open up, depending on if you're fighting right away or not, like on the map, you know. So it's quite strong. It's in my opinion, it's always been one of the best army abilities, even though you can't really control when it goes off. A lot of the time, it ends up going off exactly when you need it most anyway. So, yeah. And I do believe it got changed. I don't remember exactly what the effects were, but I can show you real quick while we're waiting on some lobbies here. So, Murderous Prowess now, it was always attack, charge, armor-piercing weapon, armor-piercing missile damage specifically, and leadership. I don't remember if it had a vigor component before, but it does now. Again, 90 seconds, so it's almost like 90 seconds of perfect vigor, which is absolutely insane. And then Murderous Mastery also gives fear, and it lasts for 120 seconds. So if you have a unit that has Murderous Mastery that you bring in domination, it's going to have a 2-minute power spike, which is just insane. Yeah, the vigor was definitely not there, and that's, again, another huge change. Vigor is so important in Total War games in general. So yeah, it's that combined with Black Dragons got probably the biggest buff out of any dragons, and that includes Malekith. Like, he has like 90 armor and physical resistance, and I mean, he's crazy strong now. And then like all of their low tier infantry got buffs, pretty much. Corsairs, including Corsair handbows, which I haven't been seeing very much, even though they're very good. Regular Corsairs, the Bleak Sword's got a big buff, so yeah, if the fight drags on, it's quite strong. Yeah, and Bleak Swords, the weapon strength buff they gave him in particular means that they're probably the best. I would say they're below Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh, and they're probably the top 1 and 2 in terms of low tier infantry right now. Low tier basic infantry. Yeah, yeah, they buffed them all. See, then that's what I'm saying. Like, Dark Elves were one of the most buffed factions. Let me see here. I'm just asking. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, you're saying Dark Elves are low tier? Like, I don't know, man. If you want, I definitely recommend if you just search specifically on my channel, like if you go to my channel page and use the search function that's there, you can look up Dark Elves, or just go to my Dark Elves playlist, even better, and you'll see I had a King of the Hill run. I don't know if I've actually added it to that playlist, but like my release stream for Immortal Empires, I played in my own King of the Hill and won like 6 or 7 games in a row with Dark Elves. I mean, it was pretty significant. But anyway, let's make sure we get in on this next one. We've got Caradoc versus Moffetpone for the other semifinal round. So here. Cool. So they're getting things set up. We'll continue to just hang out and chat for a minute. And anyway, yeah, Dark Elves. I'm in love with Dark Elves right now. Yeah, it's if only the Medusa was viable. You know, actually someone beat me with a Medusa the other day. Was that when was that? That wasn't on stream, was it? Oh, I can't remember, but someone beat me with the Medusa, and like actually the Medusas in general are, I think they're better than before because of the changes to how explosion damage works. Like I think their damage is actually their missile attack is actually pretty good against infantry, but yeah. I would need to double check. I don't remember. I think I blocked it out from my memory because I was so ashamed. Yeah, I mean, I know there was a bug. I don't know if it's still in the game, but there was a bug where the um what's it called? The Medusa Blood Rack Shrine. It the witch elves that ride like on the side of the wagon would have the same missile attack as the Medusa itself, so it essentially had a free triple shot. I don't know if that's still a bug in the game, but yeah. Yeah, the it shoots 3 times. I know the shrine does. The Medusa Blood Rack Shrine specifically, but let's see. Okay. Execute join with code. Like so. Okay, spectate. Right. Swap on over here. And let's get the scoreboard updated as well. Okay, we've got probably transition away from the scoreboard as I update it. Okay. And it looks like right now he's on the Beastman. We'll see if that changes. And like right now he's on Bretonia. Again, this might change, but probably just the defaulted too for now. But let's score. Okay. Okay. So I really would like to have like a slick UI for the picks and bans, but okay, so looks like Dark Elves again. You'll get to see some more Dark Elves in action, and Coast actually has had some significant buffs and changes as well. So Undead in general is much stronger because they buffed leadership, but they didn't increase crumbling damage. So, yeah, like all three Tomb King's Vampire Counts and Vampire Coast are all three very good right now. So, and the map, hang on. For Gazan. Yeah, crumbling damage doesn't exist. Exactly. It literally just doesn't exist. So, I think they should probably increase the damage of crumbling, considering they increased the leadership of undead, or else decrease leadership of all undead units. But I would prefer them to just increase crumbling damage. I mean, I've been asking for that for literally years. So, like, since even early Warhammer 2, I was complaining about crumbling. I've hated crumbling since the beginning of Warhammer 1, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, the demons. It's interesting because demons will just die, right? Like once their leadership breaks, they'll just die. But their leadership is much higher, so much harder to break. Yeah, but it's an interesting one. I mean, I think undead should die slightly slower than demons, but certainly faster than they do right now. Well, I don't know. I think lizardmen are actually still decent. I need to play more with them, but like I think I did overestimate how good they were going to be in domination initially. Some of their builds ended up not being quite as strong as I thought they might be. Another thing too in early access that was kind of overinflating them for us was the fact that Razor Dawns were a little bit bugged in that they had like infinite penetration on their missiles, so their missiles would literally pass through an entire unit of cavalry. So that was obviously not intended, but Razor Dawns are still very good, don't get me wrong. Yeah, B tier probably at best. I think I would agree with that. I mean, they're still good, and I think I need to play more with them and see. But one thing is the percentage-based healing on dinos. It in theory is very strong. So like taking a Rev Crystal and a Skink Oracle for Earthblood, and like I was able to heal cap Krokgar in a recent game against the patron. I was able to heal cap Krokgar with both a Rev Crystal and a Skink Oracle, kind of alternating healing on him, which is quite strong. And then, of course, the Oracle himself is on Troglodon, which is also a powerful enough monster in its own right. And, of course, the Bastillodon is also kind of a okay monster. So, yeah, like that works, obviously, against factions which don't have too much missiles and which aren't going to amass enough melee power to just kill one of those 3 targets outright, like, very quickly. But, yeah. Yeah, Nakai with an Oracle is also very strong. So I think people are still, and that's the thing about Immortal Empires, is the meta is going to take a long time to develop. There's so much that changed, just even, from explosion damage changes to percentage-based healing changes to, like I said, the changes to undead leadership, potentially crumbling. I mean, it'll take a while for the meta to stabilize. And I think Lizardmen is a faction that hasn't been explored that much. Like, I just don't see that many people playing them for whatever reason. Maybe it's because they're weak, or maybe people just haven't really figured out the most optimal builds yet for different matchups. But I do think also that, Warriors of Chaos was always a little bit of a weird one for them. And there's, like, multiple Warriors of Chaos factions now, basically, in the Monogods. So, that can be a little bit tricky. The Monogods factions in general, like most of them are even, if not against the Lizardmen slightly, perhaps. Again, needs to be explored some more, but we'll see. We'll definitely see. Anyway, we're here now with this. On this beautiful map here. And that Vampire Coast tune, man, what a banger. But let's take a look at the Dark Elves. First, we've got a Supreme Sorceress of Fire up on a Dark Pegasus, triple Bolt Thrower, very good stuff. A couple of Corsair Handbows. So again, the main buff that Corsair's got that's to note is their weapon strength. It's up to 35 weapon strength now with 10 AP, which is actually really good. and 25 base weapon damage. So that makes them much better. Also got some shades here as well. So looks like quite a missile-oriented build. Some harpies up in the air, dark riders, and some bleak swords and dread spears as well. On the flip side, bombers are stronger than they've ever been because of changes to explosion damage. Explosive units in general are just more effective. Everything from mortars to, of course, these bombers. Not that these bombers needed to be more effective, but right now they are quite strong. I've got some deckhands here to act as a meat shield for them. A single unit of deck gunners, some handguns as well. Scurvy dogs backed up by animated hooks for counter cavalry and mass. Queen Bess and carronades and 2 halberds. So, should be interesting. We're going to have a little bit of an arty duel here. And, oh man, Noctilus also on his Necrofex. So, this is a lot of target saturation for these bolt throwers to try and deal with. I mean, you probably want to focus Queen Bess first. Maybe you focus Noctilus priority, but Queen Bess definitely seems like the one that I would focus first. Perhaps. I have to think about it. I don't know. Noctilus can definitely get killed by the shades. Carronades are also going to be a problem, but, I mean, artillery fights end up being a lot of RNG, so I don't know if I would want to really commit too much value, knowing that it might not actually take out any of the bolt throwers, at least in a timely manner. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in chat. Which of these targets would you prioritize? Noctilus is certainly, in terms of raw value, the most expensive. He also has the most HP and can heal himself, almost 10,000 HP. Yeah. Plans to protect Bess with Noctilus and let Bess do the work. Yeah. Yeah, the shades definitely need to get in close, and it looks like Mofet's going to be slightly advancing here. The bombers are also a wild card in this, because if they get in range without taking any damage, they will kill everything here, pretty much. I mean, like, armor is the best defense against them, and even then, armor doesn't do a lot for you. Like, 80 armor on these handbows, they're still going to get blasted by the bombers. So maybe the handbows specifically need to be on anti-bomber duty. But then again, you have, like, these deck gunners that's kind of a wild card in here as well. And there's just a lot going on here with this Vampire Coast build. Yeah, carronades already making their presence felt. Like I said, it's a little bit of an RNG situation trying to artillery fight here, but it looks like the Reaper bolt throwers are going to try and turn around, but oh, they do end up mostly dodging that Queen Bess shot. That's pretty good. And then, yeah, Noctilus is coming forward to do his little dodge dance as well. He's still kind of slow, though, even dodge dancing. So, he manages to dodge most of the first couple volleys there. Queen Bess scores a solid hit. One Reaper bolt thrower is already down. So it looks like the Reaper bolt throwers are just kind of forsaking Noctilus, but he's got to be careful. The shades really should be coming forward here as well. We're going to have Ross Moondial summon, get some zombies into this crew. Nice drop there by Cardok. Actually drops the artillery piece, because the crew can outrun those zombies, so they're just going to do that. That might reveal these shades, though. Again, he's got to be careful not to get the shades blasted. They had an opportunity to perhaps come forward and get some ambush damage on Noctilus, but not probably going to be enough to finish him off. The Reaper bolt throwers, though, are suffering pretty badly. Queen Bess has taken almost no damage in return, and it looks like the bolt throwers are settling for just chewing models off the deck gunners, which is not going to be ideal. Yeah, I don't know. I think this Coast build is relatively well constructed in terms of presenting a lot of problems for target priority, and not a lot of players, like even myself, am struggling to determine like what's the correct solution here for the Dark Elves in terms of targeting priority. They might be able to take down these deck gunners, which is a decent amount of value for sure. And I guess if you trust your own micro enough to dodge the best shots, that might be a good way of dealing with Bess, is just to allow her to expend all of her ammunition without paying for herself. Right now, I don't think I mean, she is not on pace to pay for herself. She's used more than half of her ammunition and has only accrued about 400 value. So, yeah, less than 400 value there. So that's probably actually going to be the most effective way for Dark Elves to deal with Bess, is just to keep dodging and mostly ignoring those shots as much as possible. But the bombers are definitely still a danger. Nice side shot through. Ooh, yeah, hits a few of those models there for the deck gunners. Nice side shotting through. And it's kind of starting to draw some of these various Vampire Coast units out of position. Handguns getting pretty far forward here. Bleak Swords could just collapse on them, but maybe baiting them in to try and get those them into bomber range here. The Shades start to open up on the bombers, which is definitely a good call. Again, tactically, you need to take them out, even though value-wise, they're not that much. But, oh, man, let's see. These Corsairs better run. Oh, man, they got within bomb range and very quickly are able to turn around and get back out again. Let's see. The bombs are just trying to find targets at this point. Looks like this unit taking relatively little damage here. The Shades are trying to stay well out of range, but Queen Bess does score a solid hit there on those Shades. And that is going to be enough to quickly jet her value up. I mean, she only really needs to land a couple of hits to actually end up paying for herself, so we'll keep that kind of in the background here. Noctilus also has used up quite a bit of his ammunition on his Necrofex while doing very little with it. Another good hit from Queen Bess, though. And in the back, the Dark Riders and Harpies are able to get in and shut down one of these bombers, even with the Vampire Coast mobility trying to respond. It's not only going to do so much. As long as he can break the leadership of these bombers and shut them down. Another bomber shut down by Dark Riders here. So right now, Caradox definitely on a tear, doing his best to finish things. But oh man, the bombers, when they do find targets, going to be quite nasty. Animated Hulks also extending to try and take out those Corsairs. Good armor-piercing damage, but nice response also from the Dark Riders. Juiced up to 50 charge with Murderous Prowess. They're actually going to do significant damage to those animated Hulks. The Hulks lacking in any kind of armor or defensive stats. Same thing here. These zombie pirate gunners, bombers even, going to get launched and smoked by the Dark Riders. Dark Riders, just such a great light cavalry unit. I love their kind of like Desert Raider vibes too. I don't know. Big fan of the unit in general. Secretly, I do like Dark Elves. They're probably the elf faction that I like the most. But let's check back in with Queen Bess as she unleashes her final volley there. We'll watch after the value. Yeah, after the value after it hits. The 95 kills on 1530, so like right there, not quite paying for herself, but getting pretty close. It's going to be a close game, certainly. At this point, it's kind of anyone's game, but critically, there are a couple bolt throwers still alive. Got 2 models here, 4 models here that can just pressure Noctilus over time. And the Dark Elves, like, surround assault is still well intact. Lots of Bleak Swords still healthy. Lots of Dread Spears still healthy. Shades are still healthy and are able to keep firing at Noctilus also. And this spread position means that the Ghost is going to have a hard time protecting because there's just threats coming from every direction, right? Like here, the dogs respond now to the Dark Riders. That's going to leave this carronade open to the Harpies. Actually, no, the Harpies are going to try and support the Dark Riders, rather. Having a little bit of indecision here as to what target they want to go after. But let's see, the Supreme Sorceress might even drop down herself. A little bit of Invocation of Nehek for the Scurvy Dogs. Sensing some danger, Mofet is going to collapse with the Animated Hulks, try and pin her in. But at the same time, the Dark Riders get through and get on that carronade. So I think with the last of the Vampire Coast missile troops being shut down, it's looking pretty advantageous for Caradox Dark Elves here. The Depth Guard are going to be an issue, perhaps, but I think the Shades have enough left in the tank to deal with them. I mean, Depth Guards, if they're not in melee, aren't going to be healing, right? So the best thing for Mofet to do here would potentially be just to run them into melee. I don't know, like running them back in this direction. Yes, you're getting to support, but you're also not going to be fighting anything like here, you know, charge in, maybe try and get contact with one of these targets, even like with Noctilus himself as well. I mean, I guess he loses the hunger when he's on his mount, which it does make sense, but yeah, gonna have to heal himself the old-fashioned way. Yeah, I mean, I guess taking out the deck gunners with the bolt throwers ended up being a pretty good call. I think, honestly, the bolt throwers could have shot just about anything and had it been effective. I mean, Queen Bess just dodging the shots ended up being pretty much enough to not have her completely pay for herself. You know, it was pretty close, but yeah, at this point, the Dark Elves can actually just start to kite because Vampire Coast has very limited capacity to respond with any kind of range pressure. So, I mean, why not just take your time, play off these bolt throwers, allow them to get as much of their value back as possible, and, you know, make sure you close this out safely. Depth Guard are going to get in and regenerate a little bit of HP. They just instantly break those Dark Riders as soon as they come into contact, but Noctilus gets the low health Pirate Summon there, 80 deckhands, help defend, a little bit of a Fireball as well, continuing to blink away. So, let's see. I mean, at this point, Caradoc really could just attack all out and probably win, as long as these Shades are able to get their work done. A couple of volleys in these animated hulks, and they'll fall over pretty quickly. Invocation of the Heck on Noctilus, going to heal him back up. It'll kind of equalize the balance of power a little bit, but I don't know. I don't see that the Necrofex is going to prevail by itself here. And the support is just not there. Close this out, but we'll see. We'll see. Shades finally finding a lane here. Going to be getting some nice volleys on the animated hulks. Decent hits, nothing too crazy. But another little headshot there. I love when magic missiles just hit Noctilus like in the crow's nest. It makes me so happy for some reason. Bolt throwers continuing to plink away there. This one's got a decent amount of ammunition left, about 8 shots left, so depends on what you want to use that on. But Mofed here getting a nice Invocation of Nehek, just forming up once again. Now advancing to try back here. Yeah, Dark Elves just pushed, as they should have. I mean, he certainly had the tools to do what he needed to do here. And let's see, Spears can come collapse these animated hulks. See the Dark Riders just coming to charge out the last of the Queen Bess crew very safely. These Corsairs are pretty much out of ammunition. They don't have anything left in the tank to try and fight. But the Shades can keep shooting. Bolt Thrower can keep shooting. Yeah, the Bombers are certainly very good, but pistols are also a nice auxiliary to have, just to kind of screen some of the lighter troops, like especially like the Harpies and stuff. Yeah, some Fellbats also would have been really nice. Fellbats trade very cost-effectively with Harpies, so I would have probably taken a couple here. Like, I like using a combination of Bats and Dogs together, especially because, like, the Dogs can charge on the ground, and then the Bats often will get a rear charge from the air. Let's see, the Shades kind of get these animated hulks to overextend pretty far. That's going to leave the rest of this army somewhat isolated, and you can see the Corsair handbows moving in, trying to engage in the rear here. The Hulk's leadership is probably going to give out relatively soon. Shades don't have that much ammunition left, so there's a possibility, I guess. Oh man, those deckhands are not braced though, so they are going to take significant damage from that charge. And they're gonna struggle to actually end up winning that fight. They definitely should have stopped and braced at the last minute there. Another Invocation of the Heck on Noctilus. Might actually have to deal with his full healing cap there. Likewise with these Depth Guards. I mean, they're certainly going to be a problem, but Burning Head to roast out the last of those zombies there. And it looks like the animated hulks were able to eventually actually rout those Shades. The Bolt Throwers using up the last of their ammunition as well, taking a few more shots off of Count Noctilus. I don't know, I mean, possible Mofet can still take this home, I suppose, but these animated hulks getting super isolated like this is definitely a problem. Although, likewise, it's a problem the more these other vampire units are able to regenerate, so let's see here. Another chasing of routing units. These couple of spears that are just like desperately trying to keep up the animated hulks. We'll see. The Shades might actually end up coming back from route here. And notice these other Shades are kind of staying close by to potentially get some cheeky shots into Noctilus or the Depth Guard. The Depth Guard, actually, if you could, like, kill some of their models with those volleys, that would probably be very effective. I would think that just, like, cycle charging with the Supreme Sorceress and fighting on all these spears should be enough. Look at this. Dark Riders coming in clutch with their speed, able to catch the animated hulks, quite obviously, and start to deal with them, force them into crumbling. And this isolation is going to be the death of the animated hulks for sure. Gets the Caradoc a little bit further ahead on the value lead there. And the Shades are in position. They've got, what, one volley left? Yeah, one volley left. Trying to use it to best effect as possible. Not allow Vampire Coast a chance to dodge. I don't know. I think he's going to be fine without the Shades. We'll see, but... Yeah, Caradoc trying to fire. Mofet doing his best to dodge that one last volley, but on a multi-model unit like Shades, or Depth Guard even, getting shot by Shades, they do end up taking a little bit of damage. I don't think it killed any models, though. Might have killed one or two, but I don't think so. But let's see. Let's see. Another fireball coming in from the Supreme Sorceress. Nice hit on Noctilus there. Brings him back down to close to 50% HP. And here we go. Best thing to do here is just going to be a fix from the front. Try and get rear charges with these Dark Riders as much as possible. Definitely try and prevent the Dark Riders from getting countercharged by the Depth Guard. At 33 charge bonus with 70 weapon strength, they'll do a number on those Depth Guard, but looks like we're going to have one more cheeky zombie summon as well from Noctilus. Really good to conserve that until the late game. Help just saturate these bodies in a little bit more. I mean, the zombies are really only going to do so much against Bleak Swords, and like these Shades especially now active. A lot of these units have kind of had a chance to rest a little bit, whereas the Vampire Coast units are going to be exhausted. And again, the armor debuff does mean that it's like a 30% armor debuff or something crazy. It means these Depth Guard are really only at 60 armor, and the Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, Black Arc Corsairs all can do enough damage to successfully hit them, especially in a big surround like this. More Shades moving in. Noctilus desperately chasing after the Supreme Sorceress. I think? No, he's just kind of like overshooting on his animations a little bit, no pun intended. Crumbling damage just barely being held off by... Oh, nope, there Dread Spears go. And that's going to be army losses, I think. Or the, yeah. Yep. Very interesting game. Very, very interesting game. Yeah, you know, both players had some plays that I might not have done myself. Like, Noctilus is pretty good. He doesn't end up paying for himself, though. I mean, obviously, he's a big distraction piece, too, to kind of protect Queen Bess, but I guess Queen Bess, at the end of the day, the crew ends up barely carrying the damage over the threshold with their kind of final melee engagement, which is just hilarious. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think Queen Bess got enough value to justify taking Noctilus explicitly to protect her. Likewise, the Depth Guard didn't end up doing all that well, so I think just an investment in more ranged, additional kind of range tools, I think, would have been pretty solid here, but it's hard to say, you know. Really well-constructed build from the Dark Elves, I would say, and, yeah, the Bolt Throwers, one of them ended up paying a pretty hefty price, but the others did what they needed to. Bleak Swords, getting hundreds of kills against zombies, not really a surprise. Dark Riders, one of the best light cavalry in the game, probably. And then the handbows even contributing quite nicely. So, yeah, just a good all-around build. Excellent stuff. So we'll go ahead and notch a victory for Caradoc and the Dark Elves. And let's see what they get up to for their next battle. This here as well. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, the bombers never caught the Corsair handbows, and that's one thing about the Corsair handbows. Their 360 shooting and the speed as well means that they can consistently, as long as you're on top of your micro and you don't slip up, the handbows will just keep skirmishing, right? But it does require some pretty intense micro. Anyway, sorry, getting a little bit distracted here, but yes. Yeah, it's the handbows versus bombers. It's an interesting interaction for sure. Hmm. Unfortunately, the fire necrofex is a little bit bugged right now. It like doesn't seem to be as good as many other flamethrower type units, which is unfortunate. It was one of my favorite tools in that matchup specifically. But probably wasn't very good actually, but it could roast out tons and tons of infantry. And like one hit into some grounded harpies would usually kill the entire unit, but what's my cat's name? I have two cats, Kiss Kiss and Lulu. Both named by my lovely fiance. Maybe I'll get a cat cam set up for future streams. I do have a webcam, and I have like a little cat bed in my office that my cats love to hang out on because it's nice and warm in here usually because my computer is heating the room up. So let me know if you guys want to see cat cam. Maybe I'll set that up for my next stream. Oh, yes. All right, make sure I update this map. Lost Crater. Excellent. I know, right? It is a shameless way to garner more views. It's true. And I mean, I would watch a Warhammer stream if there was a cat cam like in between each match. Like if my army blocker was literally just like cat cam. Kiss kiss cam. uh let's see if we get any high elves. I'm not sure if we will, but been good. People are playing some Skyrim together. I've been thinking I might start a second channel for like live stuff. Like live other games and just videos about other games in general because I would like to keep this one primarily focused on Total War and multiplayer. Interesting. So it looks like these cats are secretly Skaven. I think mine are definitely spies. I'm not sure for whom, but um let's see here. So it looks like Paradox is actually going to go coast here. Interesting. And Mofet is going to go Tzeentch. Very interesting choice. I don't think I've actually played this one myself yet, even though it seems like a really interesting matchup, actually. I'm very curious to see how this goes in land battles, especially. Domination would probably be even weirder, but just kind of thinking through this matchup out loud. Vampire Coast's long-range artillery does give them a fairly distinct advantage in that Tzeentch's missile power is all up close, so you kind of have to close the distance. Bombers are also a significant problem because of the range difference being very small between like blues and bombers. And bombers are just going to be way more cost effective at exploding infantry, so it's interesting here. Tzeentch, I'm curious to see what Moffat can do. Maybe he goes with a very like very armor-centric rush approach, almost more like Warriors of Chaos style, but with barrier. Maybe he goes with like a lot of flying and kind of a mobile swarm attack, although Tzeentch, it can struggle with that sometimes because they don't have like Warhounds or any equivalent light cavalry unit. You know, you have to rely purely on your Marauder Horsemen and Furies and Screamers, I guess, too, but they take up flying slots, which are limited. So, I guess we see right now what they've got. Noctilus, triple cannon. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Long-range artillery advantage would be exploited to its fullest by Vampire Coast. Triple cannon, triple deck gunner, a single depth guard. Got 5 dual head weapon. Depth. My brain. Yeah, these guys, deckhands, and then got some deckhand halberds as well, a couple of hounds, 1 animated Hulk randomly thrown in here, 2 animated Hulks, I should say. But let's see what Tzeentch can do. They've got a whole bunch of pinks, blazing squealers. That 5 pinks, 4 pinks in the blazing squealers, 2 soul grinders. 3 Marauder Horsemen and Kairos Fateweaver up in the air. To be honest, I wouldn't know what to do as Tzeentch in this particular matchup, so what you could do is try and like split push your forces up the sides here around this sort of ridge line. Because even if the cannon's sitting right at the peak of the ridge, if you're on this back slope, you can see here that the cannon's not going to be able to get line of sight on you. So you could advance up to a certain point, certainly, without taking any cannon fire. You might even be able to advance all the way around without taking much. I mean, right here, the slope might be enough that the cannon could fire up and over the lip, but see, that might be the way that he tries to play it here, would be to, again, kind of advance, split push over on both sides, but that's going to be a big problem if you're kind of splitting the value of your army up like that. I don't know. Curious to see how this goes. I think Tzeentch is going to be toast. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe not. Marauder Horsemen are certainly advancing up the lane that I predicted they should, but I would imagine that the Soul Grinders are going to be subject of cannon fire, but let's see. Right now, they're kind of up on the edge of the lip, where it's definitely within range of the cannons, obviously. Yeah, I'm not sure here. Looks like Kairos taking some shots. Somewhat unnecessarily, but the thing is, if Tzeentch can just, like, barrier eat all of this long-range fire as they advance, it's not going to make that much of a difference. And the Dirty Lord Sniping has already begun. I say Dirty Lord Sniping, they're both going to be trying to do it to each other, no doubt. But a little bit of hit there from Blue Fire, not too effective on Count Noctilus. But let's see. Cannons. Ooh, yeah, get some real HP damage now on that Soul Grinder. He's definitely going to have to pull it back and try and replenish some barrier damage, but Gaze of Fate being used super early on these Scurvy Dogs, too, for whatever reason. Maybe he's just trying to break the leadership here, but, I mean, that is a pretty powerful and, like, limited ability to be using on a low-value target like that, so I'm not sure about that. Here, also, this slope kind of flattens out a little bit, so even if you're pretty far down, you're still within, like, line of sight of that cannon. on this side, so maybe it would not have worked to advance up both sides. You know, really, this is the one mainly with protection over here, and like all of these direct line of fire artillery and so forth on the low ground, they're going to be able to shoot Kairos up in the air, but a lot of these other targets, they're just not going to have line of sight on. You see here, the cannon, even at the top of the ridge, is like, oh, it looks like just barely not blocked by the ridge, which is interesting. Might be doing some friendly fire on those deck gunners, perhaps, but anyway. Tzeentch is advancing, taking mostly barrier damage. There is some real HP damage being done to that Soul Grinder there, but the one on the other side has advanced mostly unopposed. I think, did the cannon get misclicked onto those Marauder Horsemen there? And, no, it looks like now it's turning to shoot the Soul Grinder there. So, the blues get into range, or pinks rather, and oh man, that damage is definitely super legit against those deck gunners once they are able to open up. Fighting zombies, though, in melee is not going to be wildly efficient, but they should have done enough at least to finish 1, possibly 2 units of deck guns immediately. So, I mean, this Tzeentch build is very wild, but I think the idea here is just to take the barrier damage on the single entities as much as possible while the other troops actually come in and get work done, but I don't know if it's working. It's hard to tell if it's working or not. Yeah, he's cheesing barrier, which is probably the right call in this particular matchup. I do think it can be a tough situation for Tzeentch to find themselves in because of Coast's long-range advantage here, but yeah, you see the line of sight indicator gets blocked by that lip right there, so smart play to kind of utilize this terrain as much as possible for Tzeentch to cheese out that barrier mechanic and just try and win. He's drawn a lot of these Dark Elf, well, in the last game. A lot of these zombies are pretty far out of position, so like right now the pinks could all just turn and focus and probably mow down 1, mow down 2. Gaze of Fate gets used. This is a much better use for a high-value target like the Depth Guard here. Yeah, another blue fire from Kairos. Going to be going after deck gunners. I mean, it'll kill like 3 models there, but yeah, let's see. I don't know. I think it's hard to tell. No one's really winning decisively one way or the other right now, but it's going to be a long game for sure. Both these players seem like they're playing very patiently, not wanting to make too many mistakes. Regrowth being used on Kairos just to heal himself back up. So again, we're seeing Kairos being used to just kind of tank, dodge, damage as much as possible. Utilize his mobility, his barrier, his own self-healing to just, yeah, it's actually really smart. I mean, some people might call it barrier cheese, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's up to Coast to understand what he's trying to accomplish and probably just start shelling the pinks with the cannons and like the deck guards and so forth. Just kind of forget about Kairos. I mean, he's probably going to lose to Noctilus in melee at the end anyway if everyone else dies, so I would definitely start focusing the artillery on the pinks and like the horsemen and stuff here. They're the ones who are going to be actually dealing the bulk of the damage, but look at this. These Marauder Horsemen get in, manage to utilize their javelins to very good effect, mowing down this carronade. They pretty much killed half the crew already. Looks like the Soul Grinder's also been... Oh, the side shot actually blows up 2 cannons in one go, so very good use of this side Soul Grinder here, and Tzeentch is actually starting to pull ahead on the balance of power. The Vampire Coast just allowing themselves to kind of get picked apart here and finally realizing sort of what the ruse is, starting to fire on those pinks with the cannons and so forth. Probably should have happened a little bit sooner there, but hey, better late than never, certainly. The pinks are going to start to do their work, just going to town on the zombies as much as possible and just chipping away at the formation. That's rough. Oh man, the deck gunners turn to the side at exactly the wrong time as a blue fire lands in their midst and kills off quite a few of them. And then, again, over on this side, the range threats have mostly been resolved. We're going to see a big bombardment from Tzeentch. Ooh, will it do enough damage to actually kill the crew? It kills quite a few of them. And it doesn't look like it detonated any of the artillery pieces. I don't know if it's actually possible to if they're not mounted onto it, but it did damage the crew quite significantly. Looks like they're immediately going to rush back over and try and get back online, but a double Soul Grinder now focusing on Noctilus himself, and he has actually started to take some damage. A lot of the zombies have crumbled out over on this side, and man, this is yeah, this is a really interesting Tzeentch build. I mean, I would say, I would agree that there were some misplays on the Vampire Coast side, but I have to give credit here to Mofet for using the terrain beautifully and using the Tzeentch mechanics beautifully. Even though, again, some people might call that unadulterated pure cheese. I mean, it's playing smart in many ways and utilizing, like I said, the terrain tier advantage. Certainly not over by any means. Paradox still got a couple of cannon batteries still online. He's still got a couple of animated hulks defending with some halberds, but it's going to be tough. There's still a lot of ammunition left on those pinks. This Blazing Squealer can refill ammunition as well, especially like the Soul Grinder runs over. Gets a nice ammo refill. That should be quite nice. I'm just curious, after using all their missile attacks, the Soul Grinder's got about 1,000. This Soul Grinder's got about 800. So value-wise, they haven't paid for themselves in terms of damage output, but you've got 3 kind of big distracting targets here that are relatively mobile, and, you know, I actually really like this. Hey, Philip coming in with the 499. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's an awesome one. Big thanks to Human Boy for hosting this one and for inviting me to cast today. This is a really interesting game. Like very, very interesting for me. Yeah, now Noctilus is in big trouble. He's going to face another blue fire, another hit from the Soul Grinder there. And I think that's, his days are definitely numbered. He's going to try and heal himself back up, but I mean, the zombie summon coming forward, just utilizing some more ammo. Looks like Blazing Squealers are trying to get a little blob formed up to try and refill ammunition. Oops, dropped a link to Human Boy's Discord if you want organized land battles in like a ranked ladder system and tournaments as well. Definitely do join there, but man, look at this positioning here. The Blazing Squealers trying their best to just get a huge ammo refill here on a bunch of units as Kairos continues to tee off on Noctilus. Very, very interesting. The Squealers forming a nice little pocket for the cannons to fire into. That's a little bit dangerous, but Tzeentch is pretty far ahead on the balance of power at this point. Yeah, it's a very interesting showcase. Very interesting showcase. There's the ammo refill from the Blazing Squealers. So you now see both the Soul Grinders, the Marauder Horsemen all have more ammunition left to finish off this fight here. We've got another big bombardment from Tzeentch forcing that cannon away, even though they're already crumbling anyway. Yeah. It's good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Another blue fire coming in. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, poor Noctilus. Feels very, very bad. And looks like Mofet is going to stabilize the series at 1 game apiece. So look at that, man. There it is. Coast is very strong right now, certainly, but both times taking the L, the Soul Grinders end up getting some pretty good value back at the end of the day. Purples, the pinks obviously were the ones that carried quite a bit of that value there. And like I said, I think the biggest mistake for Coast was just not focusing the deck gunners and the artillery on the pinks early, and kind of letting the rest deal with expensive single entities. That said, certainly easier to kind of come to that realization mid-game. A couple of cannons still end up paying out huge value. A lot of the melee troops don't even get into combat, though, for the Vampire Coast, which is quite painful. And the deck gunners, likewise, also do not pay out. So it's a rough game for Caradoc, but let's see how he bounces back in the game 3. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So let me get my scoreboard updated now. Here, 1-1, and we're on to the final map of the series. Actually, the semifinal. I forgot to update that. Semifinal map 2. We are on to Plains of the Dead. Excellent. And we'll let them get their picks and bans locked in, and then we'll update with the correct factions at that point. Yeah, I mean, loose formation certainly helps against artillery. I still think I mean, cannons are going to do enough damage over time, certainly, that they should be able to take out pinks just because they don't have very many models to begin with, but melee crab rush, yeah. Melee crab rush is pretty decent. The double soul grinders would have fought okay in melee, but like the pinks wouldn't have had enough protection against like especially like a wide crab rush if you took a lot of cheap mobility as well. Could be interesting. You should also pick your forces based on terrain. 100% Cosmo, 100%. Not only that, but you should pick your faction based on that as well, right? Like, and I don't have the pick and ban's chat in front of me here, but like even picking Vampire Coast on that map, you got to understand the line of sight issues you're going to potentially be presented with and kind of pick around that. Like, I might have actually traded the cannons out for mortars. You still keep the deck guns, perhaps, but mortars on that map in particular, position them on the back slope so they're protected from any cheeky counterfire from soul grinders or anything like that. You use them to blow up Tzeentchian infantry, especially ranged units. And then you have your own ranged units, maybe some pistols, lots of zombie halberds and whatnot to deal with potential large or mobile units, right? So, I disagree, Phoenix King. I think terrain has always been an essential part of Total War Warhammer, and as long as the maps are balanced, I think it's and they don't have too many choke points. I think it's fine. Relatively open. Terrain and elevation changes are mostly fine. Again, as long as it's even on both sides and one player doesn't have a distinct advantage over the other. But I don't know. I think it's good to have a variety because, like, Beastmen, Wood Elves, factions that favor forests quite a bit more will play better on maps with more forest. Maps with open line of sight favors factions with direct line of sight artillery, or factions with a lot of hills that facilitate good charging and ambushes. And anyway, I don't know. I think it's good to have a variety of campaign. I don't know. I don't know if the terrain was the biggest deciding factor, but again, I think that map is totally fine. It's balanced on both sides. It's not like one player has a big advantage over the other. Yeah. Yeah, if you only have flat maps, then that specifically favors like Dwarfs, Empire, Vampire Coast, factions with long range artillery, like long range flat shooting artillery specifically. So I think you need a variety of maps. Variety is a spice of life. Definitely. Yeah, that giant statue of Sigmar map. No, please, no. Definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, yeah, no. Yeah, large flat maps do, exactly. I mean, again, it's just not the case. Like, you have to consider also that hills give significant bonuses for melee and ranged units, right? From fighting from an uphill position to a downhill position. Also, it impacts vigor and speed and everything else. So, like, factions with a lot of Strider will perform better. And again, factions with a lot of Woodsmen will perform better on maps with a lot of woods. Strider will perform better on maps with a lot of hills. Yeah, I think it's 100% necessary, I would even say, to have a variety of maps. Like, you definitely want some flat maps for sure, but I mean, I don't see anything wrong with having maps with some hills. Like, go study ad mortem. I guess I am having fun, which is always the best. Definitely, I enjoy doing this, but yeah, as long as it's not too extreme. Like, obviously, we all know of maps that are balanced and are absolute crap, right? Um, but like, there's a new map that's in the quick battle rotation that's actually a Cathayan map. It's one of the new ones that's really good, actually. I forget the name of it, but um, yeah, it's a fun one. It has some terrain. It's mostly open, but both players kind of start with a hill in their deployment as well, so you can set up some really interesting situations. There's potential for like vanguarding hidden units in the woods, like right on your opponent's doorstep, but then they're also like a little bit hard to reinforce. And anyway, I think you could definitely make really interesting maps that have some terrain without having too much, right? Because the biggest thing is like, you just want to have enough flexibility, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of maps with a lot of choke points, because that, I think, is enough of an unfair advantage that it kind of skews things, right? Maps with too much woods or like really extreme height differences, maybe it's also too much, even if they are balanced. But as long as it's within a reasonable, kind of standard of deviation, I think it's totally fine to have a good variety of terrain on maps. Definitely. This kiss has captured your points for sure. Is it bad etiquette to counter ambush an ambush faction, like camping knights at the vanguard corners and trouncing some hounds? No, not at all. I mean, it's actually good practice against some factions like Wood Elves or Beastmen who have a lot of vanguard tools to be aware, and that's actually a topic that I want to cover in a video soon, is like being aware of the vanguard zones of your opponent, because what you don't want to do against those factions is Vanguard literally on top, because a lot of the time they're going to have more value in that situation than you if they Vanguarded their entire army, for example. um, so, like, you need to be aware of your opponent's deployment zones, but, I mean, absolutely, ambushes are, in multiplayer battles, all's fair, right? Like, as long as you're not white line camping or abusing the attacking rule, pretty much do whatever it takes to win. So, yeah. Yeah, like, and especially against some players who are maybe well known for like vanguarding units out of the corner into your artillery, or who you like, I'm known for vanguarding skirmish cavalry forward. So people will often like put their own skirmishers just ready to immediately open fire on me, so I'm forced to react. But yeah. Yeah, vanguarding is always a risk. The deeper you are, the riskier it is. If you vanguard like just forward, like right in front of your own deployment zone, your opponent isn't going to be able to vanguard on top of you, because their vanguard actually cuts off a little bit earlier, right? But yeah, let's see what they can get up to. Basically, looks like we've got Corn Paradox going for Corn versus Vampire Counts. So unfortunately, we'll get to see some more undead, but it's all good. Excellent. I'm gonna go grab a drink of water because it's like 85 degrees in this room right now, and I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. One nice thing about not having a webcam, I will say, is being able to strip without people getting too excited, because it is way too hot in here right now. Yeah, Coops, we'll see what he can do here. Khorne versus Vampire Counts is definitely an aggressive choice, but I feel like Khorne is always an aggressive choice, so... AC Maiden asks, what do I prefer between land battles or domination? I prefer land battles slightly. I still enjoy domination, and I still enjoy casting domination, especially, but there's just something about land battles for me that I find more enjoyable. And, like, as a host, like, I probably, you know, I'm very grateful for Human Boy for inviting me to you know, cast this tournament today. I probably won't be hosting a lot of land battle tournaments myself because rules lawyering and just dealing with that gives me a migraine. So, like, if I'm going to host tournaments, I'll probably actually end up hosting domination tournaments because of that reason. It's just, like, you know, easier to enforce the rules. But, where was I going with this? Yeah, I prefer both. Like, I like both. Close to equally, but slightly more favored towards land battles. Excellent. So let's see what these guys get onto. It's definitely been a very interesting best of three, and of course, Phoenix King patiently awaiting in the final for the winner of this. We'll go straight to, I believe the final is going to be best of 5. Yes and no. Phoenix King. It depends on if people are being, you know, annoying or not. Let's say, it like the more people you have and the more money and prestige and pride there is on the line in a given tournament, the more people have incentive to, like, take it as close as to the line as possible without breaking the rules, which you often end up in very contentious situations, and, you know, somebody has to make a ruling in said contentious situation, especially if it's between, let's say, 2 clans that have some bad blood. You end up getting people taking sides and accusing people of bias and sending death threats, and we just don't need that. Just don't need that, so... I'd prefer to host tournaments in domination, mostly for that reason. But anyway, wow, this is a very strange build. I mean, Paradox certainly has proven unconventional so far, but let's take a look. He's got Valkia in the air. Marauders of Khorne are terrible, so I probably would never take them. But he has some. Fleshhounds, got some Marauder Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes, of course. Regiment Renowned, Hellforge Host right in the dead center. And a couple of Skull Cannons, which is definitely an aggressive choice. They've already cleaved some models off of these Blood Knights, which is a good call. Secretly, I'm a fan of... oh my god, they're golden ranked. Dude, what are you doing? They're rank 9 Skull Cannons. Okay. So, that's very interesting. I'm wondering if he did it for the stats or for the Vigor refresh. I'm not really sure, but... Rank 9 Skull Cannons, guys. You saw it here first, and it definitely looks like he's going to be trying to kind of kite and fight in this build a little bit. But, wow, this is wild. Anyway, on the other side, we've got a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord for Muffet here. A ton of zombies, Dire Pack, Crypt Horrors. Yeah, 5 zombies, I would imagine. Yep, 2 Crypt Horrors. Dire Pack, we've got Devils of Schwarzhofen, a couple of Blood Knights. Nope, that's a Black Knight. And then a Blood Knight and another Black Knight. So 1 Blood Knight, 2 Black Knights, some Fell Bats. And oh no, oh, the Marauder Horsemen gonna eat a charge here. Question is, will they even end up losing? They could probably actually just fight in melee. I mean, the Blood Knights looming does make that a little bit tougher, definitely. But Devils of Schwarzhofen extend and for their troubles get throwing axed to the face. Oh man, Valkyria's got to be so careful here not to get caught and devoured by the Blood Dragon. She's definitely not a strong enough of a combatant to take him 1v1, and certainly not with zombie support, but oh man, she's going to get caught in there. That is an absolute disaster. The Fleshhounds do manage to intercept the Black Knights here very cost effectively. Marauder Horsemen also now have an opportunity to throw some axes. Zombie summons will displace them though. We're going to keep things in a fairly wide view here as the Marauders of Khorne start to close and bang with some zombies. One of the reasons why I don't like Marauders of Khorne very much is because they have really terrible melee defense for low-tier infantry, so even though, in theory, they should be good at killing chaff, they're just not because the melee defense is too low. They end up taking too much damage in the process, but let's see. Skull Cannons have used up quite a bit of their ammunition, so they're going to have to fight in melee to get that back here. One is maybe being caught by the Blood Knights, which is definitely going to be a big problem. Those Marauders of Khorne will not support for too long. Over here, these Black Knights eating some volleys here. Unfortunately, the Fleshhounds did not end up prevailing in that fight, so definitely looking a little bit rough for Khorne here so far. Odd build for sure, but yeah, I mean, I guess they're starting to push back against some of these lower tier units. Oh man, that's not good though. The Dire Pack getting a Dance Macabre here as well for extra melee attack and speed. They are going to shred those Horsemen of Khorne. These other Horsemen of Khorne, yeah, they just need to kind of gang up and fight together to see if they can finish things off. But Hellforge Host certainly so far unopposed. They're just cleaning up zombies to charge up their weapon strength. Probably already done so. Yep, there it is, up to 53 weapon strength right now. But Valkyria getting caught up in the air by the Blood Dragon, definitely not going to be good for her. They did manage to come in, the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, and do some damage to the Dire Pack, but it's not enough. Devils Schwarzhofen come in to support as well, get a big terror route there. So things are looking pretty rough, but maybe he knows something we don't with these Skull Cannons here. I mean, they are kind of just sustaining these blobs right now to a degree. And if the Hellforge Host can get over and start to help them kind of actually clean up some of these units, maybe it's enough to win here. I'm not sure. I guess the Blood Dragon Valkyria disengaged. Not sure exactly on whose behest, but the nice little spear Slaanesh are going to go through there, do some damage to those Crypt Horrors. Oh man, some friendly fire into the Marauders of Khorne there. But yeah, Blood Knights also coming through to fight the Blood Shrine, not the Blood Shrine, Skull Cannon, that's right. Over here in the distance, the last of the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, duking it out with the Dire Pack, taking some significant damage, but Khorne's sword also drops here. Huge AoE damage, and maybe the Skull Cannons can actually tank through this. I mean, certainly the Hellforge Host, with the support of the Skull Cannons, it's a pretty scary blob to try and deal with for vampires, but over here, the Dire Pack, they're crumbling. These Fellbats are crumbling. Ends up being kind of a trade there, but I'm sure the Dire Pack got some insane value. Yeah, 1,000 damage value on them is quite impressive. Nice breath attack from the Zombie Dragon as well, straight into the Hellforge Host to kind of equalize things out there a little bit. Let's see, Skull Cannons continuing to fight here. This is a... man, Paradox coming in with the very unusual builds. He's a little bit behind on army damage value right now, but he's definitely not out of this fight yet. We'll see. The Skull Cannons can keep healing, like I said, but I just worry about his ability to take down this Blood Dragon Vampire Lord here. Nice hit from the Skull Cannon. Fells one of the devils there. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne do come back from rout, but yeah, zombie skeleton spam is pretty oof. And if Marauders of Khorne weren't so terrible, this would actually probably work pretty well, but given that they just trade badly with most things in the game, it's painful to try and use them. But Hellforge Hosts are not going to go quietly into that good night. They pretty much finished off that Corpse Cart. They're moving through to try and finish off the Crypt Horrors as well, even do some nice damage to the Blood Knights. And Black Knights do have magic attacks. They'll be okay on a rear charge there on the Hellforge Host, but let's see. Skull Cannon still trying to get away from those Black Knights. This Skull Cannon here does manage to take a shot. Clean miss, though. That's pretty painful. And a little bit of Helm of Discord and the Sword of Anti-Heroes. So the Skull Cannon's stats are debuffed, and it'll take additional weapon damage. Where's Valkia? Yeah, Valkia really should be just diving to support wherever she can. Like here, she manages to find some relatively exposed Black Knights, but lots of units just immediately reinforcing. We've got more Black Knights and Blood Knights trying to get in and finish off Valkia's leadership. Meanwhile, the other Skull Cannon moving over to try and bail out the Hellforge host. It does look like they're going to be able to finalize the engagement there against the Crypt Horrors. Another Spear Slaanesh moving in, late game against these cavalry, cuts through a bloody swath through those Black Knights. She's also going to, I think she already used her shield actually. Heard it go off a little earlier there, but all these mobile units for vampires is kind of concentrating, isolating her, and the Skull Cannon, everything else too far away to really get into a position to help, and it looks like the Blood Dragon probably will finish things off here. Valkia the Bloody versus the Blood Dragon, and one is far bigger and bloodier than the other, and surrounded by Blood Knights as well. It's just a bloody great time, to be honest. But Marauder Horsemen are going to come try and help. They'll throw a couple of axes there, fell a few models. We've got some Marauders of Khorne on foot coming to help as well, try to block those Black Knight charges, and just do everything they can to help Valkia bail out of that situation. But Hellforge host, again, they could have helped, definitely, but they're a little too far away, and army loss is quickly closing in for Khorne's forces, so... yeah, no magic is rough. I mean, even dwarfs have runic magic. And I know a lot of people thought that the cultist summons were just way too strong, but I honestly would be fine if the Khorne's cultist summon specifically was, like, better because they don't have any magic. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below, but... yeah, excuse me. That is going to be the series. And Mofet takes the win, so we'll move on now to the final. Mofet prevails 2-1. Great stuff. Great stuff. And I say great stuff. It's more victories for vampire counts. But it was interesting. Definitely a very interesting build. Again, I think if Marauders sucked less, they were able to actually pay for themselves, it might have gone better here, but not really sure about that. Marauder Horsemen also kind of struggled a little bit, given they just didn't have a lot of value on the field. The gold chevron skull cannons also is an aggressive move, but kind of unnecessary, I think. Could have probably squeezed in a couple of more Cornhounds or something else to help in the mobility fight here, cutting those chevrons. But anyway, let's go on to the final. Just get this going over here. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, just kidding. It looks like we're going to have Phoenix King versus Golden Floof for the other semifinal round, so I'll make sure to get that updated here. Update the scoreboard. Okay. Hang on. Yes. Good. Golden Floof. Okay. Great name, by the way. Ad mortem, if you go back to my last stream, my last King of the Hill stream, I literally renamed it to Kislev Puts on a Clinic because a move hacker came in and beat, again, he went on a run with Kislev and beat like 4 or 5 players in a row, including myself. So definitely go check that one out once you're done here. Let's see. Let's see how they get on. Warriors of Chaos has much more than just additional magic. I mean, Warriors of Chaos do have the strongest light cavalry in the game, which is the Slaanesh Hellstriders. I'm not playing in this tournament today, no. But, okay, so I actually got this backwards again. Okay, Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. Excellent. So, here we are with the scoreboard. Updated. And we're back on Gorgazan. Whoop, got to update that part. Gazan. Excellent. Excellent. Let's take a look at the builds here as we're getting started. Get that Med2 music out of here once. Best soundtrack ever. One of them, certainly. But, okay, so for Golden Floof's Tomb Kings, he's got Katep leading the way. Got some Chosen the Gods here. Regular Shabti Great Bows, Pulchral Stalkers. Pretty standard stuff. King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion up front. The Poison Spears. Also got some regular Skeleton Warriors, Tomb Guard Halberds, and the one unit of Kepper Guard, actually, along with the, Kepper Guard, Nehekar Warriors. That's right. One regular Shabti also. For the Dark Elves, it looks like Rakarth coming in on his Manticore. Very interesting choice. Rakarth on his Manticore does retain Murderous Prowess, also anti-large AP with 80 armor. Quite a strong combatant overall, relatively mobile, kind of a small HP pool at the end of the day, but still pretty decent. Got some good support abilities as well here with this Beast Slaver, Whip of Agony to remove Terror, and melee defense. Yeah, he's also got his own Beast Armor there for 11% damage resistance, and melee defense can be ridiculously strong on the Dragon in particular, but today decided to risk it less and just bring the Manticore instead. As for the rest here, we've got some Cold One Knights, we've got some Dark Riders out on the flanks, front line of Bleak Swords, second line, some Dread Spears protecting the Reaper Bolt Throwers and Harpies in the air. Love the pick of Rakarth. Yeah. A lot of the Legendary Lords, in fact, I would say all of the Legendary Lords for Dark Elves are pretty good right now in their own right. Rakarth is one of the best dragon combatants in the game. Unfortunately, he doesn't have access to any kind of self-healing, but I think he even retains Murderous Prowess on the dragon, I want to say, which is just absolutely insane. Give extra melee attack and, vigor refresh and whatnot to a dragon, but anyway. Right now, the Bolt Throwers are going to be teeing off on Katep himself, I believe. Definitely the right target here. The thing about using Lore of Nehek, you're allowed to. You just can't actually use the Lore of Nehek passive because it will give ammo refresh to Doom King's missile units and artillery in particular, so it is banned. So not really sure why you would take Katep if that is the case. I mean, that's why we've been seeing so much of Arcan today. But right now, it's looking pretty interesting. Golden Floof here. Going to be eating a lot of damage on Katep initially. and the bolt throwers are pretty painful. The Ushabti Greatbows can try and counterfire, and maybe the idea is just to distract as much as possible with Kotep here, but losing your Lord like this early on is going to be quite painful. Incantation of Protection a little bit late there come out, as Kotep has already taken pretty significant damage. So, I mean, I don't want to call it already for Phoenix King, but it's not looking great for Golden Floof here. Little defensive position with Kotep is going to get exploded here in just a minute. Let's see. Yep, Kotep not long for this world, down to just a couple hundred HP. And there he goes. So that's a significant dent in the balance of power against Tomb Kings, and a significant loss. Definitely not getting any benefit from magic or anything else, but let's see. Golden Floof stays the course, tries to finish out this game here. That's rough, definitely. That's one reason why you don't bring Kotep against factions that can take bolt throwers. Yeah, the DJ booth, the immobility of it is a big problem. Like, I don't mind Kotep actually on his chariot. I think he can be decent against factions which can't bring long-range artillery. Kotep on his casket is okay, but even then, very vulnerable getting engaged in melee and just killed outright. So I don't really like the pick much now that I'm thinking more about it. Let's see, though. Bolt throwers firing in. Gonna switch over to Chosen of the Gods and kind of put in a textbook of target priority. Kotep first, Chosen of the Gods second, regular Ushabti Greatbows third, and then kind of go from there. But let's see how the Tomb Kings get on. I mean, they certainly still have the rest of their army left to fight. Bleak Swords and Dark Riders charging into Skeleton Warriors should go fairly well for Dark Elves, but let's see. We've also got the Tomb Kings Archers here. This is the Regiment of Renown. Gives a little bit of armor sundering, firing into Cold One Knights there. A little bit of Burning Head also, just to roast out a Skeleton Warrior. I mean, it is just a Skeleton Warrior at the end of the day, but still, it's Kepler Guard trying to maneuver up and through. I would definitely just keep them back, have them, like, clean up these Harpies and stuff, but it's going to be pretty tough for Golden Floof regardless at this point. He's, like, what, 1,500 points down plus? So, yeah, Chariot Kotep, definitely pretty solid. And without being able to use the lore attribute of Lore of Nehek, like, until that bug gets fixed, I probably just wouldn't take Kotep, period, because of those issues, right? Like, so much of Kotep's strength comes from spamming spells with him to get both the lore attribute and the map-wide ability recharge time. So, I like regular Ushabti. I think they're pretty good in a number of situations, but does crumbling start to kick in for Undead once the Lord is dead? No, it's just once the leadership is broken. So, like, right now you can see these skeletons are crumbling. The rest of the Tomb King's army, though, is still holding firm, actually getting some significant healing from Realm of Souls, pushing back on a number of fronts, pushing back some of this heavy cavalry here. The Tomb Guards with halberds holding out quite well, and he's managed to protect now one of the units of Ushabti Greatbows, along with the Sepulchral Stalkers here, and just kind of utilizing his, infantry and whatnot to try and screen effectively. But yeah, Kepler Guard come in here. They get Rakarth engaged on them. Their leadership is suffering pretty badly. They're probably racking up quite a bit of kills here. Yeah, 65 kills so far, but it's just a tough situation for them to be thrown in. Now a lot of the Tomb King's range units are finding it tough to operate, but even still, I mean, they're definitely sustaining. The nice thing about Tomb Kings is you can get multiple Realm of Souls healing procs, so the Tomb Kings will continue to sustain through some of this damage as Murderous Prowess wears off. But let's see. Definitely anyone's game at this point. A little bit of friendly fire there from those bolt throwers. They try and take out the Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard with halberds might just end up drowning in enough Dark Elf bodies, but Tomb Guards are going to carry the late-game grind. We'll see. I'm not sure they're going to be able to. I think it's a little too overwhelming, and a really nice Burning Head, too, will be nice damage against the Tomb Kings, against the Tomb Guard specifically. It does some okay damage there. And I think just army losses and such is going to start to kick in soon. We'll see. Tomb Guard definitely holding out. The Summoned Ushabti helping as well. I think these are the summoned ones. Yes? No? Anyway. Acropolis. Sorry, the, yeah. Cold One Knights getting through and getting onto the Sepulchral Stalkers. Trying to continue to kite away, but having a little bit of a hard time. Ooh, nice friendly fire there from those bolt throwers, just taking out a couple of models of the Cold One Knights. And those bolt thrower crews probably should be investigated for treason, just saying. Kepperguard also somehow managed to survive through all of that and are now just cleaving great swords. Or, sorry, bleak swords. My brain's getting a little bit fried up to 128, 29 kills, like only 600 damage value, but still, if they can continue to fight it out here, they could grind out some pretty good value. But Rakarth himself, I mean, other than politely asking him to please fight on top of the Tomb Guard for the rest of the battle, and even then, I don't know if the Tomb Guard have enough left to finish him off. Sepulchral Stalkers are trying to open up on some volleys, but they're having some line of sight issues because of those Ushabti. Bolt throwers rain in the last few shots to finish off their leadership, and that triggers army losses. So there you go. It's a valiant attempt for the Tomb Kings, but, I mean, just losing Kotep right at the start like that is just too painful. I mean, literally, you replace this build with, you just take Arcan instead of Kotep, and you just use the Spirit Lieges and the summons in a more traditional manner, and I think the Tomb Kings might win this, honestly. It's hard to say, but definitely was a painful experience. Despite everything, though, there are some bright spots. Chosen the Gods managed to get some good value, all things considered. The Tomb Guard definitely holding out well in the late game there, but Rakarth just relatively unopposed himself. And look at the kills here on these Bleak Swords, man. Just coming in and cleaning up skeletons, no problem. Bolt Throwers also getting some great value back as expected, and the Cavalry contributing nicely. So, are Reaper Bolt Throwers much stronger than Eagle Claws? No, I think they're literally the same, except Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers will do more damage while Murderous Prowess, is active, because Murderous Prowess actually buffs missile damage, whereas Martial Prowess does nothing for missile units. Martial Prowess should actually probably increase reload skill ever so slightly, so it actually has an effect on missile units, more so than just buffing their melee stats, but there we go. Phoenix King taking a win there. Update his scoreboard, and yeah, let's hang out for a bit and see what happens. AP damage, yeah, so Murderous Prowess increases armor-piercing missile damage, so the Reaper Bolt Thrower has slightly shorter range, but while Murderous Prowess is active, it increases armor-piercing missile damage, so they will do more while that's active specifically. So, yep, yes. Shorter range, more missile damage with Murderous Prowess. And both are very good. I mean, especially because a lot of people, I think, expect Dark Elves to be a rush faction for whatever reason. But I'm just going to sit back and relax for a minute here, guys, as they get their final picks locked in. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Been very much enjoying myself today. Join this tournament. And just loving life with you guys. Missile strength. Okay, I'd have to look at the reload rates. Maybe it does actually deal slightly higher missile damage base, which is, it's good. Let's see. Cycronav, some High Elves. Golden Floof taking Skaven against Phoenix King's High Elves. So let's get these factions updated here. Skaven versus High Elves. Nice. High Elves are in a pretty decent spot, too. They didn't get as much buffs as Dark Elves, but they definitely benefited from the Dragon buff. Phoenixes, I mean, Frostheart got a direct buff. The other Phoenixes got indirect buffs because their AoE damage is better now. Besides the fact that they're actually bugged, but even once the bugs are fixed, I mean, they'll still be quite good. Map updated here now as well. Cool. And the Lost Crater. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Be right back, guys. Again, I'm just crack the window open a little bit wider, maybe turn the fan on. Just a second. All right, and I'm back. Hard to cool this room down a little bit. Yeah, my PC is very efficient at moving the heat outside of the PC itself, but that just means it moves it into the room where I'm trying to do my thing. So, yep. Doing good though. Hopefully y'all are doing well. We are in the semifinals. And it is game 2 between Golden Floof and Phoenix King. Let's see what they can do here. High Elves, certainly in an interesting position. This map, as we saw before, some great utilization of terrain to block line of sight on cannons and such, help Tzeentch to prevail over Vampire Coast. But let's see how things go here. Figure out, is that like somebody's, like a statue's calves? Like, what is that formation right there? Quite tell. It looks like it could be, you know, the legs of a statue, perhaps a massive statue. Anyway. The Hekara looking absolutely gorgeous this time of year. It keeps me warm on a cold winter night. It's true. It is true. Another reason why my cats love spending time in here. But let's see, we've got some Poison Wind Globes for Golden Floof's Skaven. 3 Poison Globes, Natty Bubos, Sharpshooters, and the Avalanche Mortars, along with Ikit Zap Zap. So a lot of spend on ranged units here. That's going to leave him light on the front line with just Skaven Slaves, a couple of Clan Rats, Council Guard, Regiment of Renown, Storm Vermin, Halberds. We've got 3 Rat Ogres, and a Grey Wizard of Plague. Very interesting. On the flip side, a couple of Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers for the High Elves, also an Eagle Fire Mage. Got some Lothern Sea Guards here. Looks like 4 Lothern Sea Guards. And 5 Archers. 4 Spearmen. And 3 Reavers. No, 2 Reavers and a Silver Helm. So, nice balanced High Elf build for the most part. Should be interesting. A lot of Archers. The Bolt Throwers will definitely have their work cut out for them. They're going to have a lot of targets to focus on here. But, yeah, Golden Floof. It gets Zap Zap, also has a lot of targets to potentially shoot at. The Avalanche Mortars is quite dangerous. They are quite dangerous to, like, all of this High Elf stuff. So, you're going to have to get in range and try and take them out as quickly as possible. Might even focus the Bolt Throwers on the Avalanche Mortars as a priority over the Zap Zap or anything else. These Jezzails, of course, will be stalked and hidden. They can get in a range and start to counter fire the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers without getting shot up, but let's see. Let's see how they get on. Where are your Dragon Princes? Well, Dragon Princes are very good in a number of matchups. I don't know if this is one of them, though. I mean, they can do well here, certainly, but also a lot that can deal effective damage to them, so gotta be careful of that. Archmage of Fire here with just Fireball, so probably going to be using that to try and long-range snipe the Zap Zap. Zap Zap. Let's see, Zap Zap immediately opening up. Does not get any contact on that Fire Mage. Good contact would have increased her recharge time, prevented her from throwing some Fireballs immediately, but it looks like she's going to open that up, start to throw some Fireballs at... It gets Zap Zap. Makes contact and destroys one of the guns immediately, and that's one of the issues with taking Skaven artillery pieces, because, yeah, I mean, the Skaven artillery pieces themselves are just such big targets that they're so easy to hit for anything, really. Bolt throwers, you know, fireballs, anything like that, so it is a little bit tough in that way, but look at this, 90 Bubo Sharpshooters tearing away at the Lothern Sea Guards. It's an interesting choice. Kind of understand it to a degree, but yeah, also trying to dodge the shots of the Avalanche Mortar there. Phoenix King doing a good job of not taking too much damage there. Fireball also lands on the Avalanche Mortars. Looks like the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers chewed off at least one model already there. They're trying to get some more, but I'm not sure. Are they focusing on the Bolt Throwers, or are they trying to focus on the... Oh, man. Oh, the humanity. Oh, that one unit of Lothern Sea Guard just gets absolutely savaged there by the mortars. Good job spreading the damage around there. And what that does mean also is the Gracier can come forward and start to summon units and kind of disrupt these lines. We get some AoE damage in here. High Elves have very little chance to respond, so far pretty good for Skaven, although the Avalanche Mortars have just about kicked the bucket, and I don't think they've quite managed to pay for themselves yet. Definitely not in terms of raw damage output. Let's see if they can get a few more effective volleys in before they start to kick the can, but oof, yeah, a couple of nasty hits there on that unit of archers. Again, they're still shooting mostly low-value targets, but the bombers, the Poison Wind Globes, probably should have come forward a little bit sooner and started to saturate these Elf Spearman lines and so forth. But better late than never, I suppose. Zap Zap also just failing to make effective contact on that Archmage of Fire there. That hit finally gets a chunk there and starts to add some recharge time to the fire there. Oh, we missed a huge Dreaded 13th as well. Explosion summons in some Storm Vermin in the back line, so the Skaven are definitely doing their best to respond and breaking up this huge array of archers. Storm Vermin themselves can collapse potentially and help do some tying down and doing some damage and whatnot, but oh man, look at the Globadiers too. Globadier's explosion damage is very good also. I mean, the damage over time effect isn't quite so good as it was anymore, They also don't do quite as much explosion damage as something like zombie bombers, where they can literally one-shot a unit of spears. But it's still definitely effective enough damage to push back the High Elves here, and they're having a hard time advancing on this position. So let's see. Zap Zap is also starting to make pretty consistent contact as Phoenix King's micro starts to slip a little bit on that Archmage, but really nice bow fire here on this unit of Rat Ogres as their Skaven Slave support starts to evaporate there. Globadiers are wavering, but still continuing to fire just horrendous friendly damage into those Skaven Slaves. Very thematic and appropriate, and also will result in the Spearmen getting fairly well exploded there. The Summon Storm Vermin chasing super far into the back line, going after those archers. Likewise, the Rat Ogres, realizing the archers are mostly unprotected, also can just kind of collapse there. It can Zap Zap, still protected by the Council Guard. And, I don't know, Council Guard maybe should come forward, or else bring the Grey Seer back and kind of, you know, keep him near physical resistance, because right now it looks like the Bolt Throwers are actually focusing the Grey Seer, which is potentially the right call, considering that, you know, all the other units are kind of just getting killed by Globadiers. I don't know. I think the Skaven build is fairly well constructed, and a lot of what they're doing is proving to be pretty effective. All three Globadiers still being online, very important. The Teethbreakers, or sorry, Natty Boobo Sharpshooters, also have used up all of their ammunition. It could Zap Zap, since losing that one model, has used all of its ammunition as well, so... Excuse me. Yeah, High Elves probably should have just stayed back and stayed to his Bolt Throwers and forced the Skaven to advance into him. Try and take out It could Zap Zap at a distance. Try and take out, you know, as many of the Avalanche Mortars and whatnot as possible. But I understand getting stressed out by that long-range fire, kind of forcing you to engage in an unnecessary situation. But the High Elves are not out of this yet. Certainly if they can snipe Race here. But great job by these Rat Ogres to penetrate deep into the High Elves' lines and actually silence one Bolt Thrower. The Poison Wind Globes are also being fairly aggressive here and pushing forward, keeping the High Elves on the back foot, not allowing them to kind of recover their positioning, get back into in a stance to fight back. So Rat Ogres here also completely healthy still, murdering lots of archers, and Scorch coming through. Does a little bit of miscast damage, but Scorch is very good against low armor targets right now. Helps to clear out those Spearmen. So the Summoned Clan Rats and Scorch together beats the Spearmen. High Elves' leadership is definitely quite strong, and they're not going to give up this fight easily, but looks like they're teetering on army losses. So, of course, as soon as I say they're not going to give up easily, they literally all rout. So there you go. Fireborn would have destroyed those Rat Ogres, perhaps, but Fireborn also would have got exploded very cost-effectively by those Globadiers. So I think just, again, from a kind of mechanics and execution perspective, High Elves just committed too early. They just needed to hang back and play off those Bolt Throwers a little bit longer, try and you know, finish off the Avalanche Mortars, and more importantly, deal as much damage as you can to these Poison Wind Globes before getting in range of them, because, I mean, all three of them nearing 1,000 damage value. Very good stuff. Rat Ogres also super cost-effective at 700. Natty Boobos even, they get almost 2,000 damage value there. It could Zap Zap does an okay job. And then, of course, Clan Rats, Skaven Slaves are just here for pure meat shield duty. On the High Elves side, I mean, besides the Bolt Throwers, I don't know if a lot else is going to pay for itself. Even the Archers, which tend to be very cost-effective, just got counterfired so aggressively here by all the Globes and whatnot. Globes' armor also kind of helps them, and the fact that they are only 550 means that they often fly under the radar, and people don't consider them a high-priority target, even though they absolutely should be. So, Dwellers on Zap Zap, Dwellers on the Globadiers would have one-shot a unit of Globadiers. Yeah, just Dwellers in general would have been a better choice than Fire. You could have swooped in close. There's no Lore of Ruin as well, so there's no chance of you getting locked in by, like, Howling Warp Gale and instantly devoured by Rattling Gunners. Would have been relatively safe to fly in, throw down a Dwellers, and fly back out. And especially as the Council Guard were kind of camping on top of It Zap Zap, it would have killed a lot of the Council Guard as well, and probably just one-shotted. But, Yeah, hard to say. Hard to say. They're going to be moving on to the final game here now. Plains of the Dead. Another 1-to-1 series. Golden Floof redeeming himself mightily there with Skaven's. Very good stuff. Go to map 3 once again. And Plains of the Dead. Oh, I can spell, I promise. Zap, zap, pointy ears everywhere. Yeah, 284 kills on Natty Boo Boos is nuts. I agree. Generally, they're used as single entity snipers rather than like murdering masses of infantry, but they were able to in that one. Certainly, just shooting guards and archers for days, literally. Let's watch and see their faction picks once they get them locked in. Seed. Okay. All right, all right. So, Dark Elves versus Wood Elves. All right, what a way to finish. Could be tough for the Dark Elves. Oh no, Golden Floof going Vampire Coast. Okay. Okay. Coast versus Wood Elves. This should be interesting. Dark Elves, maybe? Maybe? He hasn't decided yet? Orc Elves are definitely quite strong. That would be a good choice. But into Wood Elves specifically, I don't know. Maybe that matchup has changed, but historically that's been a tough matchup for Dark Elves. Probably one of Dark Elves' toughest matchups. So, is a Mortis Engine just an AoE damage Lord mount? It's anything that passively deals damage in an area of effect around itself. So, Mortis Engine, the Fey Enchantress, Mists of the Lady, um, the Plague Furnace, or Skaven, like the Slaanesh War Shrine, anything that deals constant damage, direct damage in an area of effect around itself. That's what we would consider Mortis engines, or Mortis units, even though the Mortis engine itself is a singular unit. It was the first type of unit to have that effect, which is why it's kind of lent its name to. Yeah, because it's easier. Well, I guess maybe it's not easier, but it's colloquially well known to just mean AoE direct damage, AoE constant direct damage. Let's see here. And then after this, we'll go on to the final. It's been quite a ride, guys, today. Been streaming for a solid 3-4 hours, so Okay, sorry, people are just texting me, distracting me a little bit, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed the ride so far. We've had some really interesting games. Very eye-opening games for me for land battles. Hey, good to see you, Coops. Take care. Paradox and Phoenix King are elf mains. Yeah, we'll probably see a lot of elves today in the final, too. Like Golden Floof is also fairly skilled. Let's see. Skaven is definitely a faction that's fun to play, for sure. I think they're kind of underrated right now. It's hard to judge. There's so many factions which are seemingly very good in different ways. But a lot of it comes down to actually knowing how to play your faction well, and especially into specific other factions. So let's take a look. All right, all right. Players very patiently building their armies, definitely taking their time to make sure they get it right, which I definitely agree with. Okay. Yeah, looking really good right now. Golden Flute ready to go. Phoenix King just making sure he's got his picks all lined up correctly. What else can do some different things here? I'm curious. I have not been watching House of the Dragons, so I could not tell you, to be honest, but here we go. Looks like we've got Malekith versus a Spellweaver of Beasts. Interesting. Yeah, that's very odd. Spellweaver of Beasts, I think, has an Eagle summon, which is definitely worse than the Manticore summon, but there you go. Yeah. Malekith also. Let's see what mount he's on. A lot of it depends on his mount choice, but we are in the desert once more. Ready to go. House of the Druki, yes. Definitely be better than House of the Dragons. No, I haven't been watching it, to be honest, so I have no idea. Out yet or not. I'm just waiting for Andor, personally, but I've been on a little bit of a Star Wars kick recently, so okay, September 21st. I see. Is on Wednesday, okay. All right, all right. Like we got the players loaded in, and Malekith is indeed on horseback, giving him some missile block chance and some mobility as well. Got some Dark Riders here. Looks like some crossbows, 2 crossbows, 3 melee Dark Riders, a couple of Cold One Knights, 3 Scourge Runner Chariots, and some Dread Spears up front. The rest, we're looking at Spellweaver of Beasts up in the air. Spell loadout is just Amber Spear. Very odd. Very odd indeed. Got a couple of Deepwood Scouts with Swift Shiver Shards, some Glade Riders here, and lots of Wild Riders, including the Regiment of Renown. No, that's Stag Knights. 1 Wild Rider, 1 Stag Knight, and the ROR Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Interesting builds on both sides. I mean, right off the bat, I'm thinking, like, how are they going to actually kill Malekith here? Maybe Amber Spear will be enough over time, but I certainly like the Dark Elf build quite a bit. I think the Scourge Runners are an awesome pick here for a multitude of reasons. Malekith on Cold One. So, maybe. It is going to be a lot of work, but perhaps for the final. Now, let's see here. Scourge Runners immediately pushing up, and one problem here is that this flank of the Wood Elf formation is going to get a little bit isolated, and you see how the Dark Riders are just coming straight in for an attack. I mean, really not fearing the spears at all. Here, this unit of spears does manage to get somewhat braced before the chariots impact, but they still end up doing quite a bit of impact damage there, and just some early kind of picks and such from Golden Floof. Meanwhile, Phoenix King is redeploying quickly to try and isolate Floof's spears over on this side, but it's interesting so far. Reorganizing now and sending the Glade Riders over to kind of counter-skirmish with the Scourge Runner chariots and so forth. It's going to be quite a mobile engagement here. Have to keep our eyes on the wide view, as right now Dark Elves seem to be in a pretty good position. They don't want to over-blob, though. Open themselves up to some nasty shooting attacks. The Scourge Runner chariots kind of counter-skirmishing against the Glade Riders, but it looks like the Deepwood Scouts are now in a position to start contributing as well in that skirmish fight. That is going to make things fairly painful for a nice Amber Spear. Cuts through the center and even cleaves off a couple more of those other Cold One Knights there. Pretty good stuff so far. Both players playing very patiently. Here come the Harpies. Sorry, again, just getting a little distracted. Harpies do swoop down, get on those Swift Shiver Shards. They're going to get quickly countercharged by Wild Riders, but that also opens up the Wild Riders now to a counter-envelopment. Perhaps a Soul Stealer as well from Malekith. Looks like he is going to unleash that. Does some nice damage to those Wild Riders, and of course, the Deepwood Scouts that get caught up in it as well. Dark Riders do come through and land their charge on the Deepwood Scouts, taking significant damage from all sorts of different sources, but enough to at least rout both the Deepwood Scouts. That is very, very important. Not to mention the Wild Riders come in here, the Regiment of Renown and the regular Wild Riders. They're going to get involved in this big, nasty blob fight. Malekith's in here as well. All of the Dark Riders and Scourge Runner chariots are firing in, but here come the Stag Knights. They're actually going to catch some of these Scourge Runner chariots and should deal some really nice armor-piercing damage to them. It just depends, though, on which one they actually have an attack order on. Great Gaze of Malice there from Malekith, deal some damage to the Wood Elves, and the Wild Hunters are just struggling actually right now. Phoenix King making a pretty big mistake, allowing his Glade Riders to get screened way out of position, not able to really support in here, and he doesn't have any Hagbane tips in here either, which is a huge mistake in my opinion. Definitely having that poison to help kind of equalize the speed and weapon strength differences between these units is pretty important right now. Golden Floof is pressing, although Phoenix King is slightly ahead on the balance of power, so hard to say. I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to the character situation, and Malekith certainly staying healthy, using those Soul Stealers primarily for damage. Maybe we'll end up regretting that in the end if he doesn't have enough Soul Stealers to heal himself. He ended up taking damage, but right now he is going to find the Spell Singer of Life here and take her down in a big hurry. Be able to easily dispatch her, and balance power definitely stabilizing and even flipping a little bit now into Golden Floof's favor. So let's see what he can do. The Scourge Runner chariots now getting a nice charge, finding again this isolated Eternal Guard, charging into its rear here, and should be doing okay. Cold One Knights and Dark Riders collapsing the Wild Hunters there as well. Malekith finishes off the Spell Singer, and it's just these Glade Riders that are struggling to really contribute efficiently into this battle. The Stag Knights charge in. No healing for them, though, is a little bit rough. Maybe would have taken the Regiment of Renown Stag Knights, honestly, for the Frostbite and the sort of elite status. Of course, they are somewhat squishy to magic damage. Would definitely get taken down in a big hurry by Soul Stealer, I would think, but Yeah, right now, Golden Floof, almost 3,000 damage value ahead, is in a very, very commanding position. Harpies continuing to pressure on those Glade Riders there, and the Wild Hunters, regular Wild Riders rather, and the Stag Knights. You manage to survive. They're going to keep contributing, try and bail out their Glade Riders so they can continue to skirmish. Malekith, though, is hot on their heels, probably saving up for another Soul Stealer, and able to unleash it on the poor Wood Elves. Over here, Scourge Runner Chariots end up taking some damage from those spears, but the Dread Spears are also able to come support there. Now the Scourge Chariots are moving. Look at this angle here. This is actually a really nice angle to come cut off the advance of these Glade Riders here and kind of park in the way. Start to use some of those anti-large shots to fire in at the Glade Riders now and really just finish things off. Malekith, maybe should have taken an engagement with those Stag Knights. If he can charge in here and then allow the Harpies to kind of get a rear charge, that is going to be extremely cost-effective. Or even rear charge with Malekith himself into the Wild Riders, using the out-of-ammunition Scourge Chariots there to kind of act as a mobile anvil for the Hammer of Malekith and the Harpies. Let's get in close here and soak up some beautiful cinematics of the Harpies flapping about. Those huge Stag Knights. And looks like another Amber Spear going to be shot in from on high. Does some damage to Malekith, but really nothing crazy to write home about. Certainly not enough to swing this fight in his favor, especially with another Soul Stealer. Just nice and efficiently healing him back up. Doesn't quite top him off fully, but it has a little bit of healing, enough to make a difference. And there's army losses. So Golden Floof, after a rough showing in the first game, comes back, takes the series 2-1. What a battle. What an absolute battle. Malekith ends up being too strong, and the rush kind of mass mobility works out very, very well for the Dark Elves here. Scourge Runner Chariots getting some great value back. Dark Riders getting some great value back. Even the Spears contributing nicely. Malekith himself, 1663. On the Wood Elf side, most things are going to struggle to pay for themselves. A few of the low-tier stuff is cost-effective. These Swift Shiver Shards definitely were not. It ended up being a very rough pick. Definitely think you need some poison here to help, again, equalize things against the Dark Elves. There's no units with poison currently. No Hagbane tips or anything else. So, likewise, honestly, the Glade Dragon, if you heal it back up, would probably be a pretty decent pick in this particular matchup. But anyway, let's move on now to the grand final of today. Bear with me just 1 second, guys, and I'll be right back. are in the grand final for today. We've got Golden Floof versus the Moffat. Moffat Pong? A grand old time. Definitely a grand old time. Best of 5, so essentially 5 games in the series. 3-2 wins to win it. See what they've got. Adjusting my station here, get things set up on my end, so I'm all ready to go once they're ready. See, they get their faction picks locked in, and leave. All right. Looking good. Hopefully we get Empire and Bretonia. Hopefully. Let's see what they can do here. Oh, earlier, guys. Just adjusting things. Okay, so Empire versus Slaanesh. Be an interesting one. We have seen this one already, but let's go over here, and I can update this one here. Moffat looks to be going in on the Slaanesh. Actually, spell it. Oh, good. Okay. All right. Let's hear what we got going on now. Or is it actually going to be Empire versus Slaanesh? I would be very happy. Could be tough for the Empire, but we'll see. Previously, we saw a build where the Empire was almost able to win against Slaanesh. Not quite, but certainly is a difficult situation to find yourself in. Empire does have a lot of really good tools in that matchup, but Sigwald has always been a problem for the Empire, even when he was brought for Warriors of Chaos way back in the day. Was just an issue oftentimes, so let's see how he can get on here. Oh, just kidding. Golden Floof goes for the Tomb Kings. Makes a lot more sense, actually. Tomb Kings aren't going to suffer the leadership issues that Empire is against Slaanesh. Speed-wise, Slaanesh significantly outpaces Tomb Kings, but I actually think Nehekara Warriors trade cost-effectively with Devoted Marauders, which is just great for the Tomb Kings, right? And yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. There's a lot that the Tomb Kings can do here. But I just worry that their flimsy skeletons aren't going to hold up against a sustained Slaaneshi assault. We'll see. Let's wait and see. Hopefully y'all are doing well. It's been a lot of fun so far for me. Been recently just enjoying playing a little bit of campaign on my own time. I've been a little bit busy in I'm reading chat. You guys, it's you guys that are having a problem. The chat, the music is perfect. I don't know what you guys are talking about. This is one of the greatest soundtracks of all time, so just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. Adjusting some things here, making sure all my levels are good. It looks fine on my end, so it doesn't appear to be that loud, but maybe it actually is. I guess I could always lower it a little bit more, but Yeah. I am a Skaven sellout. It's true. It's true. I definitely haven't seen chat in 10 minutes. You're right. Definitely. Okay. So, Sigvald against Arkan. Interesting build. I mean, only the one Nehekara warrior. He does have the Pepper Guard, though, which are going to be a definitely louder knob. Oh, here we go. Yes. I don't know how you don't jam out to this. This is such a banger of a track, honestly. Your mom has good taste, what can I say? This is the soundtrack for Medieval 2 Total War. Definitely one of the best Total War games ever made. Other than Warhammer 3, I would say it's the best Total War game ever made. And Immortal Empire specifically, obviously. But anyway, here we are. Tomb Kings of Golden Floof versus Moffett's Slaanesh. So we've got Chosen of the Gods here, Ushabti Great Bows, Necrotect and Arkan the Black, and a elite defensive position here of halberds and spears, along with one Nehekara warrior and the Kepler Guard. We've also got a regular melee Ushabti as well, so very typical build as to what we've seen so far in this tournament today. Necrotect is an interesting pick. I guess he's just here to provide some extra melee attack, weapon damage. Also gives blinded. Oh, he just gets flaming attack and blinded. That's actually crazy strong. I forget about him just getting blinded straight up because, you know, that's going to be a huge melee attack, melee defense debuff to anything he hits. If you have him on the chariot, actually, you can apply it to like an entire front line in a handful of seconds. But anyway, Slaanesh here going to be taking the full surround. Dreaded box. Yes, definitely. Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh here. We've got some Furies. We've got the Sibilant Slaughtercade, Regiment of Renown, Slaanesh Chariot here. Some Devoted Marauders, plenty of anti-infantry Devoted Marauders, another Slaanesh Chariot, just regular pink pony style. I love this thing. I love the pink Chaos Chariot. I don't know why. It's just, it's a thing of beauty, honestly, is what it is. Also got some more Marauder Horsemen over here. And got some Furies, got some Elves here in the woods as well. So, I mean, a lot of large stuff that's going to have to find the right units to charge. So I'd probably charge the chariots straight into the Nehekara warriors in the front. That's going to be the most effective target to charge. Or anytime there's a box formation, like you can find avenues. Like if you were to come here and charge from this angle specifically into the Tomb Guard, you would get a little bit of an effective side charge in there. Force them to change directions and then charge them from another position. But it's interesting. Trying to crack a defensive box like this, especially when it's actually a decent player boxing, can be very challenging. But let's see. Head 2 soundtrack reminds you of the Witcher 3 soundtrack. Definitely. Definitely. It's first time seeing a land battle tournament in Total War Warhammer 3. Well, definitely keep it right here. Hopefully Human Boy invites me back for more of these, because I definitely have been enjoying it so far. But Nehekara Warriors on a Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, actually. Okay, that's going to go less good for the Nehekara Warriors, but it'll still go okay. Sigvald manages to punch through into the Kepler Guard here. And this is pretty bad. I mean, Slaanesh Furies do have armor-piercing damage. They didn't charge from the back, though. They should have actually each charged a different target. Should have had this Fury charge this one, and this Fury should have charged this one so that they could get that devastating flanker bonus. But looks like we're going to have a big old Pit of Shades here to try and nuke the Kepler Guard. They'll take some significant damage from it. That regeneration should help them resist some of the damage. I don't think they'll get one shot, but they definitely are going to take significant damage from it. The Furies come in, end up kind of running out of steam a little bit. They don't really do a lot to the Chosen of the Gods, even though the focus fire from the Slaanesh Javelins is doing quite a bit. Physical resistance buff was popped here, even though the Slaanesh Cavalry actually has magic attacks on their ranged attacks, not in melee, interestingly enough, but Fascination also getting popped here, Restore likewise, so a lot of value on both sides being poured into those Chosen of the Gods in an attempt to keep them alive, but it's just going to be hard, you know, with all of this Slaanesh mobility constantly compromising every aspect of the box. It's going to be hard to protect those Chosen of the Gods. The question is, does he even need to? I mean, certainly Spirit Leeching this Slaanesh Shadow Sorcerer here is a good idea, but I might be just only Spirit Leeching Sigvald just to try and chip him down over time, because there's not a lot of great anti-infantry AP. In a similar position to what we saw with the Empire in a previous game, the lack of anti-infantry AP does mean that Sigvald can just chad through once a certain number of targets are gone. Kepler Guard being one of them. They are definitely struggling right now. Ushabti are contributing to this frontline engagement, okay, but their Car Warriors ended up having to fight Chaos Warriors, which is just a little bit out of their class. And yeah, Chosen of the Gods, the regular Ushabti Great Bows also taking significant damage, but Tomb Kings now getting their third proc of Realm of Souls can summon up another unit of Ushabti, and if they wipe all of this infantry, I guess there's a chance that like Arcan and the Necrotect together could 2v1, especially the Necrotect having that blind debuff. Will significantly debuff the stats of Sigvald in a long-term engagement, so let's see. Nice punch through with the Chariots though, like again finding the one angle where he can get in for a rear charge here. And here also the Mirror Guards have magical attacks. Really? I did not remember. I guess they picked that up probably when they got the Mark of Slaanesh upgrade. Made them one of the best RORs in the game probably. But the Ushabti pushing through, trying to get those Marauder Horsemen, I think. I'm not really sure. I think actually it's a misclick on an attack order there. But a lot of Tomb Kings units now collapsing. You can see Arcan starting to attack Sigvald here, especially with the support of the Tomb Guard. It's a relatively safe engagement for him. The Tomb Guard are getting a little bit of armor-piercing hits on the side and rear as well, but very patiently waiting with these Hellstriders, now pouncing on those Ushabti Great Bows. They're currently eating another Restore to try and keep them full health back up to strength. But, you know, actually, it may have been good to take, instead of the Ushabti Great Bows, literally you just combine both of their value and take the Regiment of Renown Necrosphinx. The big boy, the big expensive one with magical attacks and flaming damage. Would have been quite successful here. Don't know that Slaanesh really brought enough anti-large AP to actually deal with it. Like, other than trying to maybe grind it down with Sigvald and lots of warriors and stuff. I don't know how effective it would have been, but we'll see. Big lag spike right now from that Pit of Shades on those Tomb Guard halberds. It's really anyone's game at this point, but Sigvald is definitely going to be really hard to deal with, especially as the game starts to drag on more and more. The fact that these Slaanesh Chariots are also still operational is a pretty big problem. There's lots of spears and skeleton warriors and whatnot to have to grind through still, but I don't think they'll have a problem doing that. We'll see. Another Pit of Fun. Yeah, this is a lot closer than it looks. It is actually very, very close right now. I would agree. I think, did they enable Tomb Kings to take Lore of Shadows in actual multiplayer? Because I know, like, Lore of Shadows and Lore of Death, I think were locked out before and were campaign only. But I want to say that they added them for the hero level casters for Tomb Kings. If that's the case, then Shadows is definitely a good pick. Obviously, for Tomb Kings, if you can't take the Lore of Nehek passive, just, again, for more Pits of Shades of your own and whatnot. But anyway, should be seeing some more Spirit Leeching of Sigvald at some point here in the near future. Meanwhile, over here, these skeletons and Tomb Guard just getting multi-swarmed by Hellstriders. The fact that Crumbling basically does no damage, though, is helping them out significantly here. Tomb Guard and the Spearmen can continue fighting and dishing out some damage. Might even be able to rout off the Sibilant Slaughtercade there, although it's going to be tough. And if Arcan can disengage here, move around and go 2v1 on Sigvald there with the support of the Necrotect, that would be pretty solid. Nice summon here as well, right on top of those Marauder Horsemen to force them out of position. But Tomb Kings are starting to run out of steam a little bit here. I mean, more than a little bit. A lot of their units are in crumbling range right now. Somehow the Kepler Guard survived through all of that. Managed to rack up 50 kills still. Haven't paid for themselves, but it's a little bit of a redemption from them. That being said, a lot of the Slaanesh units are also facing their own leadership issues just from being so low. I think Slaanesh has a little bit of an advantage at this point, just from the light cavalry still being so healthy. Of course, Hellstriders, one of the most OP units in the entire game. You definitely have much more cost than they currently do, but there you go. Yeah, let's see here. Necrotect, Spirit Leech, Arcan all together, trying to take out Sigvald, but there's way too many support units left still. I mean, if it was just them, you know, the Necrotect and Sigvald and Arcan, maybe the 2v1 would win, but there's way too many support units still left on the field here. Slaanesh definitely decisively taking a lead at this point in terms of army damage value. I mean, I say that, they're actually below on army damage value currently, but in terms of battlefield control, number of units on the field, and a lot of that is overinflated value due to healing. But anyway, there it is. Yeah, I think you need to go with more of a melee build. Like, the Shabti Greatbows are too much of a trap, as is the case with a lot of ranged units, often against Slaanesh. I mean, unless they're mobile, you know, tanky ranged units, they can fire 360 like War Wagons or something, or they can fight and shoot like Free Company, like these Chosen of the Gods, these regular Shabti, just too much spend. Again, I think maybe you'd better go with a melee, like a big melee construct or something. I don't know. There's a reason why Scorpions exist. I don't know if Scorpions would have done a lot here, honestly, but some kind of construct melee force for sure against Slaanesh, I think, is the way to go. But there's a reason why these players are in this final, and I am not. So let's move on to the next battle. Mofet taking a win with Slaanesh there. And we'll let them get their next army picks locked in. Yeah. I mean, just 1 second, guys. Yeah, I agree. Alec here. Skirmish Cav is the way to go for sure. And even then, like, most Slaaneshi light cavalry is fast enough to catch your skirmish cavalry, especially as Tomb Kings. You have slow skeleton horse archers. So it's rough for sure. But I mean, like, high DPS mobile range units, which is generally the purview of the Empire with stuff like grenade launchers, are quite good, as we've seen. Even still, they can be hard to protect, but like War Wagons, because they're relatively tanky, they can resist the damage of Hellstriders for some time. It makes them a good missile option as well. For a lot of factions, your traditional skirmish cavalry is going to be your best bet, but even still, like, you're going to have to allocate resources to protect them. And if those resources are also light cavalry, there's a chance of them just getting eaten up by Hellstriders as well. And it's just, yeah, Hellstriders just break so many interactions. Makes it quite painful for non-Slaanesh factions against Slaanesh. So, yeah. Hopefully Hellstriders get a significant cost adjustment up to like 700, 750. Because that's probably where their price point should be, to be honest. A lot of Slaanesh's cheap stuff is just way strong, and that's fine. You know, they should be a strong melee faction given their kind of lore and mechanics and stuff, but yeah, Elstriders just way too much. Way too much. Yeah, that's why like Hagbane tips are a good pick against Slaanesh, because the poison kind of helps debuff the Hellstrider speed, so they're not guaranteed to catch you, right? And you can kind of equalize things in that way a little bit. If you have, you know, poison skirmish cavalry, that helps. Spider Rider archers are too short a range, and they're also like 70-something speed, which is, again, it's too much of a difference, I think, to stand up against Hellstriders. Melee Spider Riders also just die horribly to Hellstriders, so yeah, it's a tough situation for them. I mean, even screening with heavy cavalry sometimes, if the heavy cavalry's lower tier, it can still trade badly into Hellstriders, which is just sad. Yeah, the bonus versus large does carry them. I agree. Carries them to a pretty large degree. Looks like Bretonnia versus Vampire counts. Uh-oh. Be tough. See what Golden Floof has. Yeah. The weird thing is I actually don't have that much experience, Slaanesh. First, because I always ban them in tournaments. Yeah, it is something that it's worth practicing against them for sure. You know, just like in my patronage, right? In my Patreon, you can pay a certain tier to have me practice with you, and a lot of people who do those sessions, we end up practicing matchups that are hard for their main. Like Ryder Rohan's a great example. I've been practicing with him for a long time, and you know, whatever the tough matchups are for High Elves at that time, which is his main faction. Come on. Sorry, my cat's invading. Yeah, whatever. We end up practicing those matchups a lot, so trying to solve them, right? So, like, I was playing some Tomb Kings matchups the other day versus, like, Warriors of Chaos or Empire, both of which I would consider to be decent against the Tomb Kings. But sometimes you do, like, it's good to practice those matchups that you know are hard in a controlled way, so that you can, especially with someone, preferably with someone who knows that faction reasonably well, so you can really drill down and, like, workshop different builds and different methods and different ways to approach the matchup. But it's a good time for sure. All right. Yeah, I think Slaanesh is better than Khorne right now, just even in a straight-up melee, which is not correct. Khorne should be the best in the straight-up melee. Slaanesh, you should have to outmaneuver Khorne, but it still should be good enough that you can outmaneuver Khorne and win. But anyway, holy cow. Look at this. Wow, Golden Floof going straight for the throat here with an all-cavalry Bretonnia build. Very aggressive play. We've got 4 Knights of the Realm, 4 Yeoman Archers, Alberic, the 1 unit of Melee Yeoman, 4 units of Yeoman, I think. This is a wild build here. I'm not sure about this, Golden Floof. I mean, I respect the gumption, but the wild one. Definitely a wild one. Did I forget to update his faction? Nope. Good. Okay. Yeah, man, that is an aggressive play for sure, going all cavalry Bretonia. But let's see how it works out for him. Does he at least have dwellers? Tell me he at least has dwellers here. Okay, so he does at least have dwellers on this mage. That will serve him quite well. And then we've got some dread columns of zombies here. We've also got dread columns of skeleton spearmen. And then a blood dragon up in the air, necrotect. We've got beasts, fell bats, some vargeist. Wow, in this color scheme, these vargeist look very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I've got some blood knights over here and more blood knights over here. Yes, 2 blood knights. So a lot of heavy shock power and these dread columns of support units, which is gonna be kind of hilarious. We'll see how that works out for him, but guess he wants to avoid Wind of Death, sure. And I mean, I kind of agree to a degree that the Bretonian infantry does very little for you here, but I might have gone with a different build construction than this. We'll see. I mean, like I said, it's an aggressive play. Definitely a very aggressive play. And Albric, as a lord for this, just makes it even that much more interesting. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, the bats can be used to chase the skirmish cav and pressure them. The dragon itself is going to be really hard for this Bretonian build to deal with. The blood knights, like, I struggle to see where the stopping power comes from here. A lot of it, I guess, is in this caster. She's able to get good dwellers, but I wouldn't be banking on that. I wouldn't be necessarily trying to rely on that to win, per se, but let's see. Mounted Yeoman Archers, getting some volleys here. Gonna do relatively little to those Blood Knights through their armor and missile resistance. Blood Knights, I believe, while they are not in melee, yeah, they get this Flag of Bloodkeep, which gives them 20% missile resistance, on top of having self-healing of hunger in melee and frenzy. They're just ridiculously strong, honestly. And already Bretonia is being forced into a retreat. But let's see. We've got a nice kind of side charge here from these Knights Errant, forcing Blood Knights to respond. Let's see. The Vargeists are also going to come through and perhaps deliver a nice shock charge there. Summon Zombies tries to get on those Yeoman Archers. They're kind of leading some bats away, but Albric has a chance to actually jump this Necromancer here if he really wants to. But it looks like... yep, he's going to try and do that. Another zombie summon as well from the Necromancer. Is that actually allowed? Isn't that a rule break under root rules? Someone want to check that for me real quick if one of the admins is around. I think that might technically be a rule break. Unless it's the bound summon zombie from the Necromancer, which I guess makes it okay because technically they count as different abilities. I don't know. Anyway, big old Dweller's going to get unleashed here. And, yeah, I don't know if it's actually going to hit this Blood Dragon. Oh, no, it does hit the Blood Dragon. I was going to say, I don't know if he technically counts as being on the ground, but it does a huge amount of single target damage to a bunch of stuff. Necromancer, maybe not as much as I would have expected, honestly, but certainly gets rid of one unit of zombies. Albric, though, in a horrible situation, just fully caught up and getting surrounded. His skirmish cavalry is getting devoured by hounds. Yeah, one of you mentioned, like, I hope he has the best micro in the world because it's going to be tough to execute this, and I definitely agree. It's more cavalry charges coming back in. He's using lance formation as well, which is making these charges pretty inefficient. I don't know, unless they change something about lance formation to make it dramatically better, I fail to see how it's going to be helping at all here. But anyway, Albric wheeling back up and around. He is starting to crush some of these units, I guess, and I mean, the fact that the zombies are all kind of spread out all over the field is a huge problem, but a disgusting breath attack just came in here. Did a huge amount of damage due to the blobbing of the lance formation there, so we'll see. Vargeist also getting into this engagement with the Blood Knights. It's just a big, messy blob, and that's definitely going to be favoring the vampire counts. More Vargeist rushing in for rear charge, and this is a decisive enough engagement to just lose the game right here. I think Grail Guardians might have been a better, unit in this type of a situation to try and act as a big defensive piece, but at the same time, I mean, it's going to leave you super thin on the ground in terms of model count, so Yeah, Bretonia not falling too far behind on the balance of power, but definitely suffering. Not really trading well in terms of value. I mean, vampire counts tend to be behind often on value just because they have so much healing. But in this type of situation here, a little bit tough. Let's see. Bretonia's certainly not out of this yet. They're starting to disintegrate a handful of units, but it's just tough when Blood Dragon Lord here, even not really using Helm of Discord up until right now. Probably could have used that a little bit earlier on, but yeah, Golden Floof here just puts himself in a very tough position. I mean, it was going to be a tough matchup regardless. Vampire counts are absurdly strong right now. So, yeah. But, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of hope for Bretonia left at this point. With the Var guys swooping in, rear charging those knights. Blood Knights from the front. Just stuff everywhere. Yeah, Dwellers only gets you so far in a situation like this, although the spell is very, very strong. And it's definitely good to have in your toolkit, certainly in this matchup. Just too many models online. And, yeah, man, that Blood Dragon's very strong. Yeah. Tough matchup for sure. But, anyway, let me update the scoreboard now. And let's see if Golden Floof can pull this one back. We saw him fall behind in the series before, but it is a best of 5 this time, so he's got one more game to try and recover here. Otherwise, Mofetpone takes the crown for this Vermin League tournament. And it looks like we're updating now to the Valley of Thieves map. Got to actually update the map on the last one. That's fine. Valley of Thieves. Let me just double check here. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Sorry, just getting distracted here on the side. Playing Bretonia again. I don't think he's allowed to. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed watching so far. It's been an absolute blast. We've had a lot of great games. And that Empire versus Slaanesh game in particular, I still can't believe that Slaanesh pulled that out, but man, that was a cool game. Bretonia versus Vampire counts is definitely tough. It used to be that you could rely on the Fey Enchantress pretty heavily in that matchup, but it's not as effective anymore because of the changes to resistance and what. But I think Bretonia is actually fairly solid. They definitely need a roster update more than a lot of other factions, I would say, but they're decent still. Yeah, Switch Hunter, this one here, please. Yes, here we go. That's the music I was looking for. All right, all right. Let's see, they're getting their picks locked in. Definitely a lot to consider here. What is going to give them the best chance of victory? Yeah, the YouTube emojis are okay. The Google emojis are definitely all right. I like streaming on YouTube. Personally, a lot of people have asked me to move to Twitch over the years, and I just, I don't see the appeal, especially when I see some of the decisions that Twitch makes, some of the ways they treat their content creators. It's just not, yeah, not something I want to be a part of. And they continue to, like, remove features that people really enjoy, like, I guess hosting is completely removed now, which is, like, in my opinion, that was one of the main advantages of Twitch over YouTube, was functionality like that, but I don't know. Oh yeah, leg day for the lady. Squats for the lady. Probably gonna go do squats for the lady a little later today. Trying to hit gym sesh. Doing good, human boy, doing good. We are on the grand final, and it is currently 0-2. We'll see if Golden Floof has what it takes to win. But Vampire Counts versus Ogre Kingdoms, really, I hope Moffat knows what he's doing, because every time I've tried this matchup as the Ogres, I've gotten crushed horribly. It has just been very, very bad. So, let's see. Maybe he's got something I don't know about. Counts, and here we go. Ogres, my lord. Oh yeah, it's finals time. What's up, Goji? Back from your Slovenian sojourn? There we go. Welcome back. We'll have to get some games in later, Goji, definitely. Or if you want to play like a multiplayer campaign or something, you know. Human Boy here is, of course, the host of today, like the organizer of today's tournament. He's the organizer of the Vermin League, so those of you guys who are just joining, definitely hop on over to Human Boy's Discord. Goji, if you're in there, you can drop a link, or I guess I could make Human Boy a mod as well. You could drop a link there. Yeah, you guys, if you want structured land battles with a tournament rule set, that is the place to do it, for sure, so... Okay. Cat is laying on my sound equipment, so hopefully that's all good. I don't think that's going to translate through to you guys, but... Yeah, Ogres, in my experience, just have a pretty bad time in this matchup, but we'll see. Maybe Muffet's got some wild build I don't know about. Yeah, we'll see. It is risky to go down 0-2, for sure, but... Loof fought back in the last series. Let's see if he can do the same right now. He's med 2 tunes to keep us company in the meantime. Yes. Yes, yes. You know, I'm looking forward to mods that reskin, like, you know how there was the Moosione reskin back in the day that made them look like Bretonnian undead? First of all, I want that mod to come back. Like, hopefully someone ports that over. Secondly, I was thinking, like, it'd be really cool to have a mod that reskins the Skaven of each clan. So, like, the clan rats and the Skaven slaves maybe look slightly unique to the different factions. Like, maybe like the clan Eshin have like more of a Cathayan Eastern flavor, or like more of like ninja raps and stuff like that, or you know, you make the, I don't know, you just make different looking, you know, unique looking variants for the different types of clans. Maybe like the clan Pestilence clan rats look a little extra sickly, or you know, the clan Molder clan rats have like an extra set of eyes, or you know, some weird mutation. Did they fix the faction scheme army ability theme? I don't think so. I think that the factions like added newly in Immortal Empires in terms of the sub factions won't get their army abilities. I haven't tested it, but yeah, no problem, Admortem. Take your time. Definitely, yeah, it'll probably already be done by then. I would imagine most of the really good mods will get ported over, so good luck with your exams, by the way. Mofet is the best land battle player at the moment. Good to know. Good to know. I'm kind of out of the loop on these things, so he is one of the top-ranked players. Makes sense then why we'd see him in this tournament today. But let's see what's going on. We've got a Neckarch Vampire Lord up on the dragon. Very interesting. Skeleton Spears up front. We've got some Dire Packs, Zombies, Beasters in the Dusk, and regular Crypt Ghouls. This is an interesting choice. Necromancer with an Unholy Lodestone, or... oh no, he took Balefire. Oh, I think the Balefire is actually still bugged, so that is unfortunate. But we'll see. This is like an entirely missile and mobility-focused Ogres build. Very interesting. Is this technically legal on model count? Can you guys let me know, Human Boy, is there a minimum model count for the fruit rules for Ogres specifically? Because this might be under. It's only 150 models. But we do have some Mournfang here with Grey Weapons. The Crushers, the Grey Weapons, ROR here on the other side as well. Some Man-Eater's Pistols, Lead Belchers, more Man-Eater's Pistols, a couple of Saber Tusk packs, and a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, of course. And the Bats and Vampires already rushing in. This Vampire Lord's got to be careful. He almost landed straight... oh, he did land straight into the Crushers. That is an aggressive move for sure. That is one way that the Ogres could end up winning this, is if the Vampire Lord just dies. But looks like with plenty of support here, he has no problem taking this engagement against the Crushers. A little bit of Spirit Leech action there as well, just to deal some additional damage. But let's see. Spirit Leech going to do relatively little and should be able to easily be out-healed by the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, but he did manage to bait in a couple of bats here. It's a fine build. There's no minimum model count anymore. Oh, that's great. That's actually really nice for the Ogres, and it's hilarious for some other factions as well. It's not, I wouldn't say it's simplified. Fruit Rules it's just different. Like, there are some things that are more complicated, some things are more simplified, I would say. No Noblars. Yeah, no Noblars. Okay. Makes sense. I mean, Ogres specifically are a faction that has a hard time amassing a solid model count, or if you take, like, a very elite Khorne build, you could run into a similar problem, so... yeah, okay. Like, I guess my frame of reference is, I haven't really hosted a lot of land battle tournaments with the Fruit Rules. I primarily used the Banner Rules before, which were a little bit different. Like, one of the main differences is duplicate abilities. Like, you can't take duplicate activatable abilities on heroes and lords, I believe. I'd have to double check on units themselves, but, like, you can't take, for example, double Scavscraft. Not that you would want to anymore, because it's not very good, but... yeah, no Blood Knights is definitely hurting vampire counts here, for sure. I don't know why you wouldn't take Blood Knights, and Hex Rates, too. I mean, the Chill Geist and just regular Hex Rates in general, because they're so fast, the physical resistance and the Frostbite means that Ogres just can't get away from them. You can use them to slow down the Ogre units so that your infantry can actually catch up and help, but definitely Blood Knights are super essential here as well. Probably take, what, like 2 Blood Knights, maybe the Chill Geist, and then go from there. Yeah, the Dragon Lord, Neckarch Vampire Dragon Lord, I do like him as well, but I'd probably go with just a cheaper kind of support-oriented Lord and let the units do the work, because it's going to be risky for him to drop down anywhere here. Oof, and he's taking a lot of missile damage from the Lead Belchers and from the Iron Blasters as well. These Man-Eater Pistols also, I mean, there's a lot that's focused on killing something big and scary like the Dragon. So, I don't know. Maybe it would have been better to take another Lord here, but it looks like Golden Floof going down in a blaze of glory and ogre gunfire. I'm sure odors as well, no doubt. I mean, I can't imagine a zombie dragon fighting a bunch of smelly ogres is at all pleasant on the olfactory. Oh, man. But, I mean, vampires still have tons and tons of units left, despite the damage that they're taking. Still can press forward here with their advancing infantry. I think the crypt ghouls are definitely a mistake here. I don't really know what they do for you in this matchup. Like, even just skeleton spears are going to be better, more cost-effective, and then take more mobility, I would think. But it's interesting. And Mofet is playing very, very well here, and the build style is also actually pretty smart. You just kind of kite, right? The Empire counts have historically been weak to kite, and it's probably not something that a lot of players would expect. Certainly it's not something I would expect to see if I was playing Vampire counts into Ogres. Granted, again, I would have taken more mobility just because that's kind of my playstyle. Maybe take, like, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord on a horse, so that he can just be a support lord, basically, more so than a combat lord, and then go very wide. I don't know. I have to think about it a little bit. Maybe take Kemler for his AoE healing and for the Krell summon as well. There's a lot of things you could do here, potentially, but black mobility is tough. The Iron Blaster pick here is great. Yeah, I was going to say, I love the Iron Blasters as well. The mobility of it, the protecting it with all of this mobility, too, it's kind of like very reminiscent of how Empire has played in this matchup in the past. I remember one game in particular with, I think it was me with the Vampire counts against Flaxland Soothsayer, who's, some of you guys might not know him, but he is a true legend within the community, very strong player from Warhammer 2, and he kited me with the Empire, and it was painful, and it was very much like this, a lot of mobile, hard-hitting missile units with some key cavalry countercharge units help break up my advance a little bit, and oh man, Golden Floof's Lord just gets sniped out there by the Ogre Gunpowder, and collapsing still. More Ogres charging downhill. The mass difference, oh man, it's going to be alarming. I mean, these Graveguard might as well be made of paper in terms of how much damage they're going to take on this charge, I would think. Yep. And some of their unit models getting catapulted into actual oblivion, too, so yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Maybe I'll host a land battle tournament with, like, a significant prize pool in the next couple months. Like, we're talking, if I can get some sponsors, I'd love to do, like, up to $1,000 in total prizes. Really bring out the true sweats of land battles to see who's still at the top. But yeah, I'm very impressed with Mofet here. I was not convinced about this faction pick into this particular matchup, but he has made it work. And, you know, Ogres definitely utilizing many of their strengths here, which might not consider, right? Like, people forget that Ogres are one of the best cavalry factions in the game. They have really amazing, monstrous shock cavalry. They have good mobile missile units, too. I mean, Ogres are all, you know, 50-plus speed, right? So the Lead Belchers, the Man-Eater pistols, all can stay ahead of a huge horde of undead infantry, right? And again, Iron Blaster fits into that category as well. Iron Blaster also great against infantry. The Man-Eaters, too. Good enough stats that they can fight, you know, various vampire units in melee without any problems. Stuff like Graveguard. I mean, they'll take some damage, definitely, but Ogres are underrated. I agree. I've seen some people recently saying on various forums and, you know, discords and such that Ogres are bad, and I strongly disagree. I think Ogres are actually very good if you know what you're doing, but this kind of mobile hit-and-run hybrid missile playstyle is what I've had the most success with. You know, Crushers. I was actually talking about this with Coops literally last night when we were doing our practice session. If you're not using Crushers and Iron Blasters, you're probably going to be losing with the Ogres a lot. But if you are using those two units to good effect, I mean, it will carry you a long way. Here, the Crushers didn't even have to do a lot. Most of the damage coming in from these missile units. Look at these Man-Eater pistols, man, 2,500 damage value there. 1,600 on this Iron Blaster, 1,200 on these Man-Eater pistols. So the Ogre Kite proving very effective here against the Vampire counts. I love to see it. I love gunpowder, good gunpowder play. And as much as I love Golden Floof, you know, great guy, great player. It's been a pleasure watching him play and fight back. I do love watching vampire counts get blasted. So, yeah, great. GG indeed to Mofet. Great game plan, great build construction. Floof is absolutely the people's champ. You know, taking especially that all-cav Bretonia build. But that's it for me for today, guys. Thank you all so much for coming out. Huge shout out and big thanks to Human Boy for putting this all together. I do hope I get invited back to host some more of his land battle tournaments in the future. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been a pleasure. GG's to all the competitors from today. And yeah, thanks, guys.